let's get started. Welcome. I hope everyone's going well today. Let's jump straight into it. So, starting early today. It's a public holiday here. I was like, I could start 2.5 hours earlier. Hopefully we get some testing done today, which I'm hoping to do. However, let's also get a few other goals done today. So, some stream goals I want to do today is close a few more of the Kanban cards. We want to write up some unit tests. We also want to set up some alternate databases. I just haven't had time. I'm hoping to have time today. So getting MariaDB set up is going to be pretty easy. Getting Postgres with a Docker container might need some instructions. So it shouldn't be too hard either. And then the next thing is to do a shakeout with all those different databases. So we're going to modify my local to connect to all of them, and I'm just going to do some shakeout testing. So yeah, hopefully that means if I get most of my Kanban cards done, hopefully it means in the next couple of weeks we're just doing unit tests. We do have 13 cards in here, so one of them's for the unit tests. I've got to follow up with the metadata. We've got the testable databases. That's 2 going to be removed. That's research, so that's 4 being removed. We've got one item in here which is just documentation, and then more documentation, which I do want to get completed before the end of this month. The architecture one requires me just doing research, just being like, all right, how do other people set it up and stuff like that. It's an offline sort of thing. I'm going to have a look at these 3 Kanban cards today to see if I can do some improvements. So the Kanban board one, I know that potentially I could go through and change the counts into sums, because that's just more efficient. If we scroll down, that really is, that's actually in 2 states at the moment. So yeah, we're just collecting sort of information on what users want. Yeah, that question will be asked soon in the Discord. Add ability to link objects to Kanban board. Oh yes, and I kind of want to have a look at that today. Yeah, so that's the scheduler. So someone has been like, can I have the scheduler create cards automatically? And I'm like, kind of like, that could be possible. All right. We've just hit our first ad break on Twitch. For those on YouTube, we have ads running every half an hour on Twitch. Yeah, let's just stop the pre-rolled ads. Pre-rolled ads suck, and I do realize I'm very blurry at the moment. I did clean the lens. Oh god, even more blurry. Oh. Okay, let's get this sorted. I think that is somewhat okay. Maybe? Probably not. Alright. Ad break in 30 seconds. Okay, cool. It's gonna be a long stream tonight. I'm hoping to get everything done, which will be awesome. So yeah, about 15 seconds left. Oh, sorry. Oh god. Don't know why I'm yawning. Slept pretty much 12 hours last night, so I should be caught up. Anyway, welcome back everyone. Let's jump back into it. So yeah, I want to add the ability to enable the creation of Kanban cards in the scheduler. So hopefully I'll get to start that one today, get that one moved out. Famous last words shouldn't be too hard to implement because it's another object that we're looking at. I think the only thing we've got to worry about is columns and yeah, the columns and the levels changing on us. But we should be able to figure that one out if we fall back on defaults. So, yeah. All right, oops. So, in here, let's scroll to here. No, wrong one. Sorry, let's scroll to here. So the Kanban board, programming efficiencies. We'll tackle that next. First, I want to tackle the requirement items. So I'm going to move this one out of the way. The reason being is I don't want to close it. We want a local version too, and I don't want to accidentally open up our local version and do stuff with that. All right, cool. In here, we're going to go npm run watch. So it'll constantly build anything we change, which is what we want. All right, going over here, what we want to do, open up NearBeach. We want to, oh, sorry, I don't know why I'm yawning. Oh. All right, we want to test this out first. So we've got it running. We're going to go localhost. We're going to jump in as admin, just to make life easier for us. We're just going to list all objects. Going to go down here. We're going to go link object, and we've got requirement. All right, now the thing is, requirement items is what we want in here. So having a requirement is fine and dandy in here, but we also want requirement items. So now if I put this on so you guys can see, so the user can pick a requirement. We don't have the option to pick requirement item. So yeah, now I don't know if I'm doing a separate link wizard for this, so I'm just going to copy this, search for it. It looks like we are. Still find it dandy. The next thing I want to do is I want to hit refresh. I'm looking at the network tab. If I go to linked objects, I think that's set by default. So let's have a look in the code. Oh. So, big on. All right, so we have object selector, requirement items, and all that kind of fun stuff. What we can do is we can add one in. Going value, I'm gonna put requirement underscore item. I think we should be lowercasing them soon. The label will be requirement item. Like so. And that should automatically add that in. So if we go link object, we now should see requirement item. We are hitting the back end. It is actually doing something for us. It didn't fail. So if we have a look at the back end, we can see requirement item and all that kind of fun stuff in there. So it didn't fail, which is good, but I would also think it should pull stuff out for us. So yeah, let's have a look at that. So that should be hidden in the Kanban. I will go to the headers. That should be hidden Kanban information link list. So I'm just going to go into here. I'm going to put link list in. I'm going to filter this down just to Python. So looks like we're also doing quite a lot of tests of this. So I'm going to, now I don't know if it's this one. I'm going to put a little breakpoint there. Doesn't hurt to check. It's not that. All right, cool. We get rid of that breakpoint. We get rid of that. We're just going to search for linked list again. I think this is it. Kanban information. We've got the information linked list. We're going to go into this implementation. I'm going to close this. We should be hitting this. I'm going to do something like that. The reason being is, boom. Okay, we are actually hitting that. Pretty cool. So, something that sucks. What I want to do is sorry. We want to read the code. So we know it's going to be passing all of this. This is perfectly fine. Now we've got the Kanban links list. So we'll actually do this in multiple places. So I'm just going to go to here. We're going to hit play. That's perfectly fine. We're actually going to remove that breakpoint. We're going to remove all breakpoints. That's fine. We don't need them all. So we've got return result in here. So this is form cleaned array of objects. So this is self. All right. Now remember, we are going to modify this in the future. In the future, this will all be the API. So the API will be able to fetch you this data, being like, all right, cool, you've got this Kanban board. These are the objects you can connect up with your current user. So the API will be able to do this. So what we do here today, we're setting it up so when we actually test with the API, yeah, we'll get the same results and so forth like that. So if object name not in object setup. Now, this is where I'm just double checking this setup. I just realized there is no back for this, damn it. No problem, we've got requirement items, we've got everything set up there. Oh, we didn't have to go far, here it is. All right, sweet. We're going through. So, okay, socks. Wondering what you're wanting to do. It'll pass this, not a problem. Then it'll get the ID field. All right. I'm going to put a breakpoint there. And we're going to change this to requirement item. We'll hit the breakpoint. Sorry, we hit that breakpoint. I'm going to go straight to this breakpoint. We're going to go forward. So we've got requirement item ID. Cool, sweet. So then we're getting the data object set up so that the data, that's getting our fields, our objects, and so forth like that. So yeah, that should be fine. That's getting all our status. So object assignment ID, what we want to look up is group ID, the value. So what permissions the user actually has access to, what objects they've got access to. And then in here, what we do is we filter for those particular objects. We're excluding any closed ones and so forth like that. So we're going through. I'm going to put a breakpoint over there. Now, the one problem is requirement item ID. Okay, is in object assignments filter. Oh. This is tricky. Because in reality, I don't think we're using requirement item ID on the object assignment. Oh, no, that's meant to be a class. Sorry, object, assignment, morale. All right, cool. We're going straight to this. So we have requirement. We do actually have requirement item in here. Now, in all reality, that's correct, having that particular field in there, because this table does do all the joins. It also handles the permissions too, because we consider a user an object. So there is an issue here, and we need to actually implement the parent ID. That's all. So I'm going to hit play. I'm just going to untick that. I'm going to hit play. So we're going to scroll up here. We're going to have a look at the field. So we've got the ID status like that. And then what we kind of want to do to make this neat enough is we can put in the parent ID in here and then look through using the parent ID. Now, in most cases, the parent ID will be the exact same ID. And once again, when we move to the new sort of database structure, this isn't going to be a problem as much. So parent ID, what we're going to do in this sort of case is going to be project ID. We're all happy with that. That's not going to be a problem. The tasks are going to be the same. So we're going to have parent ID. It's going to be that. The requirement, the parent ID is going to be that. But the requirement items, parent ID is actually going to be called the requirement ID. And it's just as simple as that. So the reason why we're doing this is if we start adding in any other child objects into here, for example, we might implement the Kanban board functionality onto the task list for the request for change, in which case we do kind of need something for the change task to be like, all right, cool, the parent is actually this is what you're doing, and so forth like that. That's just an example where there is a child object and a parent object where we actually want to reference the parent object's permissions. So going in here, once again, we are doing the ID field. We've got the object set up. We've got all of that. We've got this. Now we do have a flat packed parent ID, which is we get the ID name from here. Actually, let's oh. I mean, we can hijack that. Actually, no, I don't want to do that. The reason being, this is fine having it like this. That's perfectly fine. It's because we use an acronym for that particular case. I'm going to go back to 3 usages. I've got to find it. All right, cool. So what we want to do is we want to go parent ID field equals, this will quite literally be the self.object setup. It'll be the object name and the parent name. Oh, and then the fields and stuff like that. Am I... I think. Anyway, we're going to test this. What I'm going to do, I'm going to refresh just to make sure the server is back. Easy done. We're going to link the object. I'm going to bump that off to the right. You guys don't need to see that at the moment. And we're going to hit requirement item. Now we've hit that breakpoint. So that should be perfectly fine. That first one should be requirement item ID. And then we should hit the parent field, the requirement item. Now, with request for change up here, so we've got requirement item, requirements, task, project. Ooh. We don't have requests for change. So we're actually doing something extra here. In which case we don't need this. Oops. All right. So that will be ID field will then equal self.object setup. We've got the object name, and then we'll have the fields, and then we'll have the ID field. So we're happy with that one. I'm just commenting out what we don't need anymore. Oh, we've got it down here too. Why are we doing it that way? Yeah, all right, cool. It looks like I've copied and pasted this code from somewhere else. So ID field, we're just going to put an ID field in there. We might need to change it to parent ID field, but that's perfectly fine. But for the moment, we're going to do that. Yeah, it looks like we copied and pasted the code, hence the RFC sort of reference. We're flat packing it out at the moment, so it's easier to sort of read. ID field equals, and we're just going to be that. And then all of that will be perfectly fine. I think that's what we want to do for the moment. We'll put a breakpoint there. We'll remove that one. I'm just going to hit play. It's going to have a problem. It's going to need to be rebooted. That's perfectly fine. I'm going to refresh until this page loads. We're going to hit a link object again, and we're going to hit the requirement item. So we've hit that breakpoint. We've got the ID field. We're moving forward. We hit a problem. All right, I'm just going to resend that because what I've done is I've set up something wrong. Yeah, I don't need this extra information. Okay, cool. So there we go. I just need object setup fields and then that sort of stuff. Yeah, because it looks like if we hover over this, you can see it's already got the no, I do need that. Okay. Object name, requirement item. So we hover over this. We've got requirement item, we open it up, and then we've got fields. And then we've got the ID. It's just ID. All right, I've made a mistake. It's just ID. Which means I've got to change this to ID. All right, sweet. Double checking. Okay, cool. Anyway, sucks. I need my mouse. All right, just gonna hit refresh, waiting for the server to come back. We've got link object. We're gonna hit the requirement item again. So we've hit the breakpoint. We're going forward. Oh, don't say it's broken. Oh, I keep breaking it. All right. Oh no. saying I'm not getting any information back. All right, I'm just going to restart the server. Sometimes this happens. We just go with the flow. All right. I forgot to actually do one little tiny thing. I've got to also turn on Minio. There you go. We are refreshing. We're going to go link object. We're going to go requirement item. We're going to go down here. We are going to go forward. So we've got requirement item ID. I'm happy with that. Then we're going to go forward, and then we've got the requirement ID. So I'm just going to hit play. What we're going to do is we're going to have a read of this again. So the idea here is instead of we've got the objects data dot filter. That's the. Ooh, yeah, no, both of these are meant to be parent ID. So we're just going to go parent ID field. So the object item results, we want to make sure the parent ID field is null, and we're sending back the parent ID field. So most of the times, if that was a project's parent ID is itself. So it'll be like, all right, cool, look for the parent ID and so forth like that. With requirement items, what's actually happening is it's going, all right, cool. Actually, we deal with the permissions at the parent level and not the child level. So here's the parent ID, check for that. And yeah, that should work perfectly fine. And then we still get out all the data that we require for it. And then down here, we do the split rows. That's perfectly fine. That's happening with the search sort of stuff. And then we do the exclude sort of stuff. And yeah, and then we just do a little bit of code cleanup. So that should be the getting of it. All right. I've still got the breakpoint on. I'm just going to hit play. Ooh, and we've got items now for the requirement items. So I'm just going to tick this one. I'm going to go, if we do the search, let's do Q18. There you go. So it works perfectly fine. A lot of this is being rebuilt so that implementing new objects through this sort of pattern is going to be hopefully very, very quick and easy to do. So I'm just going to add that one in. We've got a 500 issue on the post. I think I know why. We're going to actually investigate that right now. So I'm going to move that to the left so you guys can see how I'm doing it. So we've got the add link. Now this is saying a requirement item. Yep. All right. Requirement item add link. Oh, sorry. Oh, I'm just yawning like there's no tomorrow. Check user permission, object permissions. Ooh. Yes, socks. Yeah, this is a doozy, this one. Okay, you can explore the cupboard. There's nothing in there. All right, so actually, no, that's returning back a 4. That's not the problem. It's this form lookup data. All right, so Kanban views 103. So we're going to go in here, 103. Oh, this is Kanban views. All right, cool. So we're hitting this particular issue. So I'm going to put a breakpoint there just to confirm we are breaking at that particular point. And what I want to do is I'm just hitting submit again. We are hitting that point. The object lookup is that formed clean data. Yeah, all right. It looks like we don't have that information in the form itself. Yes. All right, so we're going to do forms. We're going to add in a model choice in here very, very quickly. It's going to be required equals false. We're doing the query set has been that. We're making sure they're not deleted. Easy done. I think that's the first step. The next step is if we actually have a look, object lookup equals project. We're setting the data appropriately. So some of these will have, for example, the description and the requirement. And once again, when we actually do the database restructure, a lot of this is getting removed because it'd be generic. We don't have to worry about requirement scope and all that kind of stuff. It will be like, all right, cool. It's literally just called this. This is the pattern that we can use to find it. Done. Yeah, pattern. Socks, come here. What are you meowing? All right, let me just deal with Socks very, very quickly. Say hi to everyone, Socks. All right, say hi. Be like, hey. I'm causing issues? Yes, yes you are. All right, how's my stream health? Good. Sorry, I'm just having a look at that. All right, cool. Yep. Yeah. All right. Getting back into this. So yeah, we do have to add in one extra in here. It'll be elif object lookup requirement item. What we want to do is Kanban card submit dot requirement item equals data. Yep, that's perfectly fine. And then description requirement item description. I don't think that's correct, and I'm going to have a quick look up. So we are after class requirement item with the models. We just go straight to it. It's it's the scope. So what we want to do is we want to paste that one in. Requirement item scope. And then I want to go back to the forms. Yeah, we're just going to test this now. We're not doing priority, famous last words. I'm going to double check that. Requirements. Oh, there is a priority. Yeah, it's a requirement that doesn't have a priority. Ooh, we're on an ad break. All right, welcome back everyone. I hope everyone's going well. For those on YouTube wondering what's happening, we run ads on Twitch to stop the ads, pre-rolled ads, because the pre-rolled ads suck. We do this so no one misses out on any content whatsoever. So yeah, hopefully everyone's going well tonight. We are joined here today by Socks. There we go. I need to tweak my monitor setup at the moment. Yeah, it's just, I need to raise that one a little bit higher. Just that little bit higher. Otherwise, rethink my webcam setup. So, yeah, one day. About 10 seconds left for the ads. And then we can get right back into it. So, yeah. Alright, still daytime here, which is nice. And welcome back, everyone. All right, let's get back right into it. So we do have a priority. We're going to actually deal with that priority right now. So that will be Kanban card submit.kanban card priority. It'll actually be requirement item priority, I do believe. We'll have a quick look at this. It will be requirement item priority. Yeah, perfectly fine. And then that all gets submitted and all that kind of fun stuff. And we're like, all right, sweet. So yeah. All right. Now, I'm just having a quick think too. We're also going to have to think about what happens when you update a project task, requirement item, and requirement. Well, what is meant to happen is it's meant to also update the task. You're going to have to actually set that up for the requirement item too. It's also something that we've got to test for because that functionality is needed. If someone changes the priority, you want that priority changing on the Kanban board because it's something very visual on the board too. So let's get back over here. Let's hit refresh. I'm just doing the linking off screen. We've got the requirement items. I'm just selecting one. We're hitting save changes. We're hit this again. I'm just going to go forward. That's not a problem. It does this whole step thing. It does that. We do the Kanban save. Event hooks admit. Kanban card created. Yeah, that's just an event hook. And if I move that to the right, there we go. We've got our Kanban card link on there. Now, it should be showing something different. So if we link in a project very, very quickly, or we've forgot to take that breakpoint off. Notice how it's got a link symbol. So the idea with these is if it's got a link symbol, it means it's not actually a Kanban card and it will go directly to the project. So if I actually double click on that, that actually opens up a new tab to the project. If I double click on this, it actually opens up a card, which is not what we want. We're gonna fix this right away. So we're able to create, we're not able to do the read functionality correctly. Now, what happens if I save? Yeah, it doesn't get reinitialized that it is a link. All right. I have forgotten how this is done. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a look down here to see if there is a quick way external link. I need to do that. All right. I'm just going to go to this implementation, let results equals nothing, object of we just got to put it in here. So we're going to do that. Now, I don't know if this object passing through has those particular fields in there. And that could break everything right away. So we're just going to go refresh. We're going to open up our console. We don't have anything breaking at the moment. So we're going to have a look at the view data. So under the Kanban information, this is something we might need to edit the backend for again, to be like, include this particular field in. All right. So we're after the Kanban card results. We're going to open it up. We're going to open up number 1. This is the requirement item. Got the card priority. Yeah, we don't have that information coming through. So what I need to do is I need to actually set it up. All right. Now this information comes through as props. So in here, we've got all of that. I don't know if it's that simple. It would be great if it is. Because yeah, for Kanban boards, for the Kanban card links, they're actually stored in the Kanban card table. So if I hit refresh, no. All right, so it means I've got a little bit more work to do, which also means that it didn't create that card properly. Okay, not a problem. This is why we test. Unless it's we've got requirement ID. Let's actually do a find in here. Okay, so we've got requirement and requirement ID. Cool. It isn't something silly like all right, we need to actually add this in. So this is part of the Kanban card. We're just going to go to that implementation in here. We're going to scroll down for a little bit until we hit requirement. We're actually going to add it in down here. So we're going to go requirement item equals models.foreign key. This will be a requirement item that it links up to, and on delete we want it to cascade. So if someone deletes a requirement item, we want it'll have to cascade everywhere. Otherwise you're going to have massive issues. So we're going to null true. Yep. All right, sweet. We now need to do those migrations. I'm stopping the database. I'm going over here where we're just opening up a new tab. I'm going to go source VM bin activate. Cool. We're going to go Python 3 manage make migrations. And then Python 3 manage migrate. Now this being said, we might need to update all our fixtures. However, I am thinking a little too far ahead. And the reason why I'm thinking way too far ahead is it's hit me a couple of times where I've had issues with our unit tests because I've changed the structure of a table and the fixtures couldn't load back into it. That being said, I just need to run the unit tests. If the unit tests run fine right now, I'm not going to worry about that. I'm not going to actually, if it is a problem, I'm not going to fix it right away. What I will do is I will fix it at the end because I might add in more fields in other places and stuff like that. Just waiting for this to go. All right, so we're happy. Hey, socks. All right, going back into here, we've got all of this. So that should now be filling out. So I'm going to go back to the link, and I've got to read through all that code. Oh, sorry. So here it is. We've got the form, add backend card, get max stored ID, yep. So this handles the linking. I don't know why it didn't have a problem here. Because it should have hit that requirement item and been like, oh, I can't do that. So I'm gonna flag it. We're gonna go down. We also have to put it down in here where we've got the requirement item now. Okay, when this happens, all right, no, just a tad, thank you. All right, cool. All right. Just gonna hit refresh. It'll eventually come back. Maybe not. Oh, because I need to actually turn back on the server. Easy done. We all make these mistakes. So I'm going to bump that off to the right. So we know this one, what I can do is I can just archive that card. That's perfectly fine. We know that one didn't work. What we want to do is I'm just going to, I'm going to link an object in again. I'm going to go requirement item. I'm going to click on that. I'm just going to go save changes. We're going to hit that breakpoint. So the Kanban card submit should be a Kanban card. All right. I'm just going to hit play. And we've got it back now. Cool. And if I double click on that, that should take me to the requirement item. Easy done. And that's perfectly fine. And then if we hit reload on this page, boom. There it is. And that's not going to be a problem. I'm just wondering if the tags come through. Honestly, I don't know. That might be... Ooh. Oh, how would I do that? I would want the tags to come through. I'm just wondering how I would do that. I'm going to put in another issue at the moment. So, Kanban board linked objects. What the? And surfing account. How? Yeah, I know. How did I do that then? I don't know what popped up then to take focus away from that. All right, linked objects. So what we want, linked objects tags, not shown on board. So we're going to go method with 1, log into NearBeach, 2, go to a Kanban board, 3, add a linked object, task, project, requirement, item, and requirement. Go to the linked object, add tags if required. Go back to the Kanban board. All right, cool. So expected results will be the tags for the linked objects will show. Actual results, no tags shown. Are you live only on YouTube? Attention to comments. I'm live on Twitch and YouTube at the same time. And yeah, I do try and pay attention to as many comments as possible. There are times where I'm literally just focusing on something and sadly I don't see a comment for a minute or two. So yeah. Welcome, welcome. I do hope you are enjoying my content. Tag's missing. All right, and then I just gotta do all of that. Let's set the priority. This is normal. This is, yeah, definitely a bug. Submitted. I'll assign it to myself. This is part of the Kanban board. We're not going to put a version on this at the moment, but I'll hit save. Cool. Cancel. All right. So we've got the requirement items in there now. That's working how we want it to. I'm currently already building a project though. I'm building a project management system, which you could potentially use to help build your own project. So yeah. All right, so going over here, we need to check what happens when I actually do an update. So if I go admins only, hello world, all right, and I update that requirement, we kind of expect the requirement item to also update here, and it isn't at the moment. Now, if we go to the project and type in hello world again, and we go update project, and we refresh here, we kind of expect it to also update there also. So we do have an issue at the moment, which we should log in the system. Because it isn't hard to actually do. It isn't hard to actually apply this update. So what I want to do, I'm actually going to put this as an issue that we're going to solve somewhat in a minute. Yeah, I'll put it in. So Kanban board links, updating a link's title does not update the linked card. So method one, log into NearBeach to navigate to a Kanban board with a linked object. 3, go to the linked object for change the title of the linked object. And then 5, navigate back to the linked object. Navigate back to the Kanban board. This will be then expected results. The linked object's title has been updated. Actual results, it hasn't. The linked object card has not been updated. All right. This one I'm doing normal. It's not cosmetic. It is a bug. It's submitted. It is assigned to me. It is part of the Kanban board ecosystem. I am going to put 99 on it because we can fix it now. It's pretty easy to do. So it's in there. But otherwise, this linked item, we can create, we can read, can't update, but we can also archive fairly easily. And this is moving around perfectly fine because once again, all of that falls back on the card. I'm gonna say that Kanban card functionality is done. Yeah, because all of what we want it to do is it's doing it. So all right, I can move that on. I can move that one on. I've just got to check one other thing. So I'm having a look at my Kanban board. 495. All right, cool. Let's go over here. Let's stop this. Let's remove our static files. Let's go git status. We've got a couple of things that we've got in here. We will add git add. Pretty much, yeah, we edited all of that. Git commit. Card 495. Implementation of linking requirement items onto Kanban boards. Easy done. And we're just going to do a quick git push. That's going to send it upstream. There's another card in there that I'm going to have a quick look at to determine, are we doing that correctly? I'm just going to run npm run watch just to get everything back up. We want to wait for that to actually build because the instant I change the thing, it's going to complain and all that kind of, yeah. Have you built? No, it hasn't built yet. There it goes, built. Sweet. So we're going to go find all the objects. We're going to scroll down. We're just going to go into tasks. We're going to scroll down. We're going to link object. We're going to create a new link. We should get requirement item. Sorry, there's no results. I think I know why. Just going to bump this off to the left. We are going to have a look at the network. We're going to delete all of this. We're going to do project. Project will work perfectly fine. Sorry, there are no results. I've already linked it all the projects. Requirements will work. There we go. Requirement items doesn't. So we've got search data in this sort of case. So what I want to do is I want to go over here and I want to go search data. We only want to have a look at the URLs because in here we've got search data, I'm going to right hand click, I'm going to go to the implementation. So it passes this perfectly fine. And then we've got the search objects. We want to go into the search objects in here. And then up here, we'll notice that we've got the ID, title and status. We don't have any parent ID in here and we need to implement that parent ID functionality. So up here, we're just going to go down here and go parent ID. In this sort of case, that's going to be the Kanban board ID. That's pretty stock standard. This will be parent ID, project ID, easy done. Go down to the next one. We're going to go parent ID, RFC ID. Yep, we're happy with that. Requirement, the parent ID will be the requirement ID. We're all hunky-dory for that. The parent ID here is going to be the requirement ID here because the requirements, it's parent. We're going to go down to the task. We've got parent ID is just the task, and that's all the objects we've got in here at the moment. We don't actually have change tasks in here, but if we have something like change tasks, we'll implement something like that. So going down in here, we've got the init, we're going through the single objects and all that kind of fun stuff. This is pretty much what we have with the other one, where we got the object set up. We check all of that. And it's this here that we need to implement what we want. So we've got the ID field. But this should be fine because we're not dealing with the object name anymore. And what we're dealing with is the parent ID field equals, and this will be self.object setup. We've got the object name. It will be in here. We'll have the fields, and it'll be just like that. And then in here, what we want to do is have the parent ID field in the object assignment, and then down here we want the parent ID field. We're no longer worried about the RFC sort of stuff. What I can do is I can go back up and actually make that change to say the request for information. Make sure that we're using the correct field name for the object assignment table. And then in here, we won't need any of that because then it literally just becomes parent ID field. And we won't need that. We won't need that. So what I'm going to have a look at is class, it should be a capital C, class object assignment. Oh, it's a little case. All right. And I've got that on CC, which I don't want. So we have a look in here. We scroll down into RFC. So it's out in full in here. So we've got to actually do that over here. So we've got to scroll all the way up to request for change. So we've got request for change. We've got the request for change parent ID down here. We're going to get rid of that. We're going to put in the request for change and just do that. That's perfectly fine. Then another thing I want to do is we've got two usages here. I mean, that's... Yeah, we'll keep those usages. So... Oh, sorry. I'm just going to refresh. Make sure everything's back. We're going to delete this. I'm just going to do the linked objects. Don't worry about it. I'm doing some positive ones first, which I know will work and not give us 500s. There we go. We've got some requirements coming through. And then if we have a look at the requirement item, we've actually now got the requirement items popping through. So yeah, that's a quick utter fix that we needed to implement. So going back into here, we're just going to do that. We are going to remove static. We're going to go get status. We're going to go get add. We're going to go get commit. We're going to go card, and I'm just going to have a look at the card. Oh, I've done the wrong card number for the other one. All right, not a problem. This will be to link requirement items to any other objects. And we get push. Now I'm going to move that card over. Easy done. So yeah. And I'm just going to bring back my Twitch sort of thing. So I do know we have some ads starting very, very soon. I've got to run off to the bathroom once those ads start. I'll leave you with socks. But I'm just literally waiting for it to start. I mean, I'm at its own whim. Now, yeah, we're going to fix this one too. I'm going to move that off to the right, so you guys can actually see what everything's here. So we can quickly fix this. What we need to do is we just need to add in a secondary process where when things are updated, yeah, we just pass that information over to a process and it will just occur straight away. When are these ads going to start? I don't know. There they are. All right, cool. For those on YouTube, we run ads every half an hour. That's stop the pre-rolled ads. However, we tend to do this whilst the ads are running. I'm off to the bathroom very, very quickly. I will be back. Hopefully, Socks keeps you entertained. I am back. And welcome back, everyone. All right, let's get back into it. I don't know why I put the cat there, socks. Just asking for trouble. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to write a simple method when particular objects are sort of run, it will just hit this object and send through some information. Now, another thought has occurred to me about the priorities and stuff like that. And I've got to also update the APIs too. All right. There's a lot of moving parts at the moment. So yeah. Cool. So what I want to do is, part of me wants to check the API first. So let's check the API. So we want to go API version 0. We want to go Kanban board. I just want to pick the number 1 board and I'm just going to hit enter. All right. We can also then filter down for the cards. We're going to Kanban cards just to make life easier. So we've got the cards in here. So we've got all the IDs and so forth like that. So there's one. There's the administration card. There's the project only admin card. So it's got the ID. It's got the value. Kanban card priority. Oh, I don't know. If we go into here, now I've set these as normal and new and all that kind of stuff. So I'm just going to set this as the highest. I'm just going to update it. I don't think it'll update here. No, it doesn't. All right. So there is actually a problem with this, and it's a data problem that can't be solved. It's a data matching sort of problem. Excuse me, I just need to take a little bit of a sit. All right, let's. Oh. So each object have their own priority. So if we actually go into the back end, let's go to the admin side of things. We can actually have, oh, I don't actually have them in the admin. Let's have a look at, where's our data grip? There we go. Here's our data grip. I'm just going to move data grip over here. We're going to do a new query. Actually, no, we're just going to open up this. So we've got main, we've got tables. If I just minimize this and we scroll down, you'll see that we've got NearBeach project. And then up here we'll have statuses. So list of requirement status, but not priority. No, not priority. Priority is all the same. It's not a matching problem. Sorry, I was thinking status. No, it's priority. All right, so if we go, for example, let's go class project. There it is in there. We have the status and the priority. The priority is made up of the object priority choices and default normal and stuff like that. So cards are set up the same way. So this is also to do with the update sort of process. We need to send through the update onto here. Socks is attacking the webcam for those wondering what's going on. She likes it. She thinks it's tasty. She's also wishing for treats. So for those on Twitch, you can actually redeem rewards where you can give Socks treats. Alright, so we're going to hit a couple of birds with one stone with the update process. Because it will be great if we actually update both the title, the description. We don't need to update the description because the user won't actually see it. The title and the priority. I don't know, Nahid. Do I work with you? Do you have any Australians on your team? Oh, I just broke the close outside the search. Cannot resolve keywords, request for change, ID into field, choices are RC, ID, alright. Yeah, I can fix that. That's not a problem. You have some pending projects. Oh, fair enough. All right. I know exactly where I broke that. So that would be broken right here. So... oh, this is going to be a tricky one. Because I need... the ID field. Okay, I can fix this. I don't do anything illegal. Okay, so... This is one of those sort of cases where we'll need both the parent ID and the thing down there. This is when I'm going to be glad once I actually go through the whole entire database and clean up these issues, because now we're just adding in complexities where they shouldn't exist, because we should have a generic sort of conditions in there. So, yeah, annoying, but easily solved. So, we'll still need the parent field ID. And then what I want to do is I want to do ID field. So ID field equals self dot get ID name, and we still send through the object name. Okay, so we're going to be happy with that. And then all of that will be perfectly fine. We'll have ID field in here, so the RC will still work. But if object name equals the requirement item, ID field equals that. I don't like that at all. I'm going to put it in a to-do. 0.32. Make database generic so we don't deal with silly stuff like this. All right, this is why database design is very, very important. All right, cool. So we got everything back, but the problem is now I've got to test the linking. So I've got to jump back over here. We'll open up a tab so you guys can see what I'm doing. We're going to go linked objects. I'm just going to create a new link. We're just going to go requirement item. So we're still getting requirement items through. I'm just realized I didn't say the requirement item. There I go. And then that goes to the correct place. So that is the fix. It is messy. I do not like it. But once again, we've got this to remind me that when we do the database sort of changes, everything's gonna sort of be fixed. Now I've got to remember where I was up to just before. So we were, what were we doing? We're having a look at this. So we're fine. We're gonna do something generic. We're gonna put in a generic sort of functionality into the Kanban views. I'm gonna say we're scrolling down to the bottom. So we've got update card, that's perfectly fine. Update sort number, that's perfectly fine. This will actually be further up. This is actually going to be an internal function. So what this means is it's a function that is going to be called within somewhere within NearBeach, and not necessarily from the front end. So we're going to go def, and it's going to be update linked card information. And what we're going to do is we're going to send both the destination, location ID, title, and priority through. And we're going to find all of those cards and update those details. Now, the one thing which I was going to do was I was going to jump over to here, and I realized that that's going to break things. So I'm just going to go return straight away. Easy done. We're just going to hit refresh. So in here, what we need to do is, a couple of other things is created date doesn't change, so we don't need to worry about that. It's literally the title and the priority that need to be updated. So what I'm going to do is update link card equals Kanban card.objects.filter. We don't need to worry about updating anything that's deleted. What we do need to worry about is anything that has a destination of ID being the location ID. That's it. And then what we got to do is update. We're going to set the Kanban card priority equals priority. Oh, this is where I'm going to look up Kanban card text. See, this is why we need to make this all generic. And I'm going to keep the word title into there because we're actually going to migrate the naming convention to title in 3.2. So yeah, what's happening here is anything that is connected has this foreign key or destination location ID. It's just going to update that straight away. And that's it. And it just returns. If there's no cards or anything like that, there's not going to be any updates. It just moves on. So yeah, we'll just update the cards. Return. In fact, I think Python, we can get away with doing something like that. We just now need to put this into the other objects. I'm going to close all tabs because we're getting to that point where I need to sort of close all the tabs. We're going to go into NearBeach. We're going to go into the views. We're going to start with the project. And before I continue, I'm going to refresh this page. Make sure what we've done hasn't broken anything. We're going to add in a couple of other links. So we've got project. We're going to do a requirement in here too. We're also going to link another object in here, task. Hang on a minute. Oh, looks like looks like it's been half implemented. All right, we can do this. So I need to do project, requirement, task, and requirement item. I'm just going to put them all in order like this. That's perfectly fine. And what we'll do is we'll rename all of them and we'll reset all the priorities. So going with the project at the moment, what we want to do is project information save. And, sorry. Remember, we'll be porting a lot of this into the API in 0.32, so a lot of this will be changed. Here, we've just got the... we don't do is archived either. However, I'm going to remove that particular one because... Actually, no. It's a fallacy if I... Yeah, I'm doing the description, not the text. All right, cool. This is no longer needed. What we're going to do is we're going to go up. We're going to go right down here from NearBeach.views.Kanban views, import, update link card information. We're going to go to 196. We're going to go and say update Kanban, link Kanban cards. And it is simple as going update link card information. We're going to go project. We're going to go location ID. We're going to go project update dot project. Not description. It would be name. And project update.project priority. And there we go. Oh, location ID isn't working. Project ID, that's why. So there I go. And RW Grim, how are you going? How was your stream? And Radu Ion Escu, welcome. I do apologize about the bad pronunciation of your name. I'm terrible with names, but welcome. And Ivanhoe, how are you going? Going good. Myself, I can't complain. It's a public holiday here, hence I'm starting when the light is still here. So, yeah. Yeah. We've got Socks here. She's, of course, definitely bringing in all the streamers. I need to get like a white mat underneath so she stands out a little bit more against the desk. So, yeah. How's Pigeon going? I am actually wearing my Pigeon shirt. Give me a couple of seconds. I'm going to put this on the secret screen. There we go. Got the shirt on. Got socks. Yeah. I've also got a wobbly webcam at the moment. So, yeah. A Norwegian forest cat. I had one of those. Oh, fair enough. You're doing good? Oh, that's good to hear, Ivanhoe. So, yeah. I did think another another thing, what was it? It was something along the lines of, we don't need glasses to see. As in like the good old Microsoft joke being like, you need glasses to see sharp. So... Pitch is doing okay. Monday's release day. Wow. And I'm trying to tie up as many loose ends, so we'll see how that goes. Wow. That's awesome news. So, yeah. Let's give you a shout out, Grim. So yeah, any of those who are on my stream, RW Grim is working on Pigeon Now game again. So it's Pigeon, now there's formerly game, then Pigeon, now back to game. So if you're interested in C and the GTK framework, yeah, give them a follow. Well, the next experimental release, they're time-based, not yet alpha quality. Oh yeah, that's a big step. Here I am just trying to close up the 31 branch so I can move on to the 32 one, which will hopefully fix all the database issues because I've got to redesign the database. Should have deleted the database 4 years ago. So, yeah. So it's the mistake that keeps haunting me. I'll put socks more on. There we go. All right. Alright, so for those that are joining, I'm Robotic Head. I'm working on a project management system called NearBeach. So if you're working on any project and need help managing it out, yeah, give NearBeach a shot. As you can clearly see, it's got Kanban board functionality. I am spotting 2 issues right away. That requirement item needs to actually have a link on it. And that task does too. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. What it can do is you've got basic organization customer details that you can put into the system. From there, you can gather user requirements, break them down into requirement items, think story points. From there, it's optional how you want to use it. You can create projects, tasks, Kanban boards, and when you're ready to deploy, you've got a request for change. So, yeah. It's built using Django for the backend, VueJS for the front end. As you can tell, Socks also helps by jumping and attacking the camera whenever she feels like it. Yeah, that's an issue. Am I currently building? No, I'm not. That's probably why. It's probably not a bug. It's probably because I am not building. So at the moment, we've got another bug where if a user updates any of the linked objects, it's not updating the cards connected to them. So we're currently fixing that. We've just built a particular method to do it because we're doing this in 4 places now. It's kind of like, well, it's simple code. We just need a destination, like what type of object we're actually changing. And then from there, yeah, fix it. So yeah, that should fix that. We are now going to go into the requirements. So we need the in here requirement information save. There it is. We wait. We go all the way down to the bottom. We're going to replace this very, very quickly. So what we want to do is we just want to go and 376. I'm going to add in that library very, very quickly. Views.kanban views, import, update, link cards. What was it? 396. Close enough. All right. So we got update link card information. We're going to update a requirement. It will be the requirement ID that we're looking for. And then now this doesn't have priority. So I'm just trying to remember. Should be a 2. All right, I'm going to have a quick look at our utils. fact, I got to bring in the utils. So I'll do the first things first. Is we want to update the card text, which will be the requirement results dot requirement title. I've spelt something wrong, haven't I? It's not the scope that we want. I can't wait till I fix up all this database stuff. Class, requirement, models. All right, cool. It is requirement title. So we're going to get rid of that requirement title. I've just put it in the wrong spot. There we go. And now I've got to do the priority, which is what I'm going to look up. It is part of the utility file. So we've got utils, we've got the enums, we've got the object enums, we've got the object priority, and then we just go normal. And I am Steve-O. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome, welcome. I do hope you are enjoying my content. So it is at 2. So in here, what I want to do is, not wrong one. In here, what I want to do is I want to go object. Object priority. Yep, there we go. And then I just want to put in normal in here. Now we need to import this. I'm just going to cheat. I'm just going to do that. Easy done. Where is that GIF from? A very unhinged anime called Ghost Stories. It is something I discovered a few years ago. It is completely and utterly unhinged. But if you're into that sort of unhingedness, I would highly recommend. It's a pity that they only made 1 season. And the differences between the Japanese version and the English version are just, they're broad. Absolutely broad. So, yes. Who is anime? Was that in here? I have, if you're quoting from it, I have forgotten quite a lot of the quotes. I do apologize. I'm terrible at remembering quotes. But yes, if you do like anime, I do recommend watching it. It is unhinged. I'm going to leave it at that. Alright, we can delete that data. So now we're just sending through the title. Oh, we've hit another ad break. Alright, there we go. Hopefully everyone's going well. So, yeah. For those on YouTube, we run ads every half an hour to stop people from getting pre-rolled ads because they suck. And we do this so no one misses out on any content. People watch anime. Oh, all right. I had to say that out loud. Yep. All right. No, that went right over my head. Yeah, cool. You can also get me with acronyms too. I am so terrible with acronyms. Someone once came in and was like, "Oh yeah, I've been using this LLM," and I'm like, "Do. What's an LLM again?" So yeah. There goes Socks. Yeah. She's trying to make the camera focus on her more. Socks, you're gonna break another. Yeah, she judges everyone. She broke my last webcam. So, yes. I thought it looked a bit like Heidi, which is an old anime too. Oh, fair enough. Girl in the Alps. I'll have to actually keep an eye out for that one. And welcome back, everyone. Yeah, it was just a giant fluke that I came across Ghost Stories. You know what? Socks just put the Dutch angle on. I'm going to keep the Dutch angle. She wants to be very mysterious with the Dutch angle. Alright, we've just done the requirement. We're going to have a look at the requirement item. So we need requirement item information save. We're just going to scroll all the way down. We actually don't have it in here whatsoever. Update any linked Kanban cards. So what we want to do is this will be, we'll come back down to 248. From NearBeach .views. This will be Kanban views, import, update. And that was 208. So that will be update and card information. What we want to update is the requirement item. We want the requirement item ID, and then from here we want the requirement item submit dot. All right, she's run away. So we'll put back the normal camera. I get to stretch out finally. This will be the requirement item title, and then we'll need the requirement item priority updated. All right, cool. So that should work. Famous last words. And then our next and final one is the task view. So up here, because I haven't learnt this enough, we're going to go from NearBeach. We're going to add in the libraries first, not the theme view. .kanban views, and then update Kanban views, and then we need task information save. We go all the way to the bottom, and essentially we're just replacing this. It'll be update Kanban, it'll be task, and then it'll be the task ID, and then it'll be the update task short description. Once again, I can't wait till I actually go through and make all the fields generic. That will be a awesome news. And then it'll be update task priority. And then we could just get rid of this like so. All right, let's test. So we've got our task. That's not linking correctly. Let's actually have a quick look at that. We'll have to fix it first. Bump to the left, we've got the Kanban information. We've got the Kanban results. I think it'll be the last one. We do have tasks coming through. All right. I've already closed that. What did I look up before for this? I tell you what, I'll just do this. Socks, you are in the way again. Oh, Socks. Stop. Sitting on my mouse. She's sitting. Socks, stop sitting on my hand. Thank you. Just been a bit rude. All right, that's what we want. Right here, we want this. We want to go to that implementation. We're just going to go task doesn't equal null. And we've got a mistake where we've got task does not equal to. There we go. The simple bug. That will be fixed. All right, I'm going to hit refresh. There we go. Perfect. I'm going to bump that off to the right. So we've got all of these set up like that. I'm just going to open them all up. We're going to start with the task. We're going to go new task. And we're going to set the priority to the highest, and we're just going to update and close. Maybe she wants to help you, so don't get cold hands. Fair enough. Just making sure my optimal typing speed is the best, because you know, cold hands, you type slower and stuff like that. All right, in here we're going to go update requirement item. I'm just spelling everything wrong. We're also going to go and do that at the highest. And then requirement update. Now this doesn't actually have priority because requirements don't have priorities. It doesn't make sense. However, requirement items do, because some items have higher priorities over others. And then we can do this. So I'm just going to hit refresh, and as you see, we've got project update, requirement update. Ooh, not what we want. A new task. So requirement item, I've done something wrong. And yeah, I've done something wrong. And it'll be that. So to make sure this is fixed, I'm just opening up this. We're just going to update the requirement again. That'll update it very, very quickly. We just go back into here and oops, I think I opened up the wrong one. Done. All right, cool. So that functionality is now working. So we've virtually fixed that bug. We're going to go over here. We're going to copy this. We're going to go over here. We're going to stop all this. We are going to git status. We're going to remove our static. There we go. We only need to focus on the things that we actually change. Git add, git commit. And what we're going to do, bug fix, we paste that in, and we git push. It's done. Okay. So this is no longer submitted. This is ready for retesting. I'm happy with that. We're going to bump back down over to here. All right, now other things that I was doing, the Kanban board program efficiencies. Oh, the API. API, down, go. Don't scratch my screens. I want to have a quick look at the API. The API should be showing the latest bit of information. So we're just going to go to localhost. We're going to go API version 0. We're going to go Kanban boards number 1. We're just going to show all the Kanban cards. Easy done. Oops, sorry about the little bump. So the first card is the manual card that we've made. We're fine with that. That's perfectly fine. All right, the second card is the project one. As you see, the priority has changed. So has the title. We're happy with that. And it just goes down the board like that. Yeah. Cool, I'm happy. So what else do I need to think about here? I don't think. Oh, sorry. Bit of yawn. I think I've finished all of these tasks. Now we're just got to do the Kanban board efficiencies. So that's just looking at the code to be like, all right, cool. I'm making sure I'm not doing a filter then a count. If I'm doing that, change it to a sum, as in SOME. Don't sit on the keyboard. So, give me a couple of seconds. I'm just racking through my brain, being like, what else, other things am I got to do with that? I should be fine. When we're actually going to do the full shakeout testing, we're going to do that. And we're probably going to spend a week on the shakeout testing. Yeah, it's going to be ridiculous how long we're going to spend on it. We're not going to worry about that bug yet. All right, I'm going to close that. I'm going to keep this one open. We're going to bump over into here. We're just going to close all tabs. We're going to minimize everything, and we're going to open up the source, the JavaScript. We also want to open up components, no, the Vuex and stuff. All right. Yeah, the Vuex with the Kanban cards, both the Kanban cards and Kanban board. It's the card Vuex and the Kanban board, if I have one. We've also got the new card Vuex, Kanban Vuex. All right, cool. Bear with me with 2 seconds. I've just got to run and be right back. Just realized something. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. I just realized it is getting dark and I should get both cats inside. We've got one right here. That's the easier one. So yeah, both are in now. Alright, let's just review this code. The idea here is we're going to find some inefficiencies, if I have them, and fix them straight away. So we've got the archive cards, and what that does is that will filter out any in the cards. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's just filtering stuff out. Cool. Yeah, that's just doing that stuff, reordering. All right, cool. One day I'll go through and I will sit down and learn which functionalities to use that will be more effective. But for the moment, we just want this to work. All right. Oh, that's just reordering. That's just getting the first one. I could potentially do that a lot better. That's just sorting, column results. Ooh. Oh, let's get column count. We do actually want the length for that. But we could do that more efficiently. Let's get in the level count. Once again, we could do that more efficiently in the future. So for example, get it set at the start, and then whenever there is movement and so forth around, apply deltas to it instead of having to do this sort of filtering. All right, cool. So that one I'm happy with. The new cards sort of stuff, that one's, yeah, that one's fine. That one's like this. Now this one, we're just looking for anything with a dot length. All right, cool, done. Yeah, that one's done. So I'm moving that task on. Right. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm just going through all my stuff right now. All right, ability to add link object to Kanban board scheduler. I mean, we could potentially do that tonight. All right, we've had a request come through. In NearBeach, you have the ability to add in scheduled objects. And someone was like, can we do a Kanban card? And we could potentially do it. If we change this to, like, let's say task or into card, we'll have the card title, card description. We won't need the stakeholder. Pretty sure we won't need the between dates, nor do we need the group permission, but we'll need the level results and so forth. That's more of a wizard. But we can also turn this functionality into a wizard too. So new scheduled objects, you type in what the object is, then you go next, and then you got the description, the next, then I'll have this misc information, and then you'll go next, and then I'll have all of that sort of information. But that requires a massive redesign. I'm not doing that till 0.32. And then if we were doing that, yeah. Oh, sorry. Because if we have a look at the cards, if you go add a new card, you got this, you got the card priority, you got the description, and then you got where it belongs. If I were to do this as a scheduled sort of plan, the user would have to pick the Kanban board. It would then have to pick the column and the level and default to the top ones. This is all possible. And then that's pretty much it. We could get rid of the priority. And in reality, we could do just those 3 fields, but it means that it's going to default to this top left one. And I can see people being like, no, I want to put it in a particular type of particular level in a particular column, which won't be hard to do. Now, the great news about this is we're halfway there. We won't need to implement much functionality in the sense of getting the level and the board information. So if we have the Kanban board, if the user clicks on a Kanban board, we can actually fetch the Kanban board from here. And we've got we've got the Kanban columns and the Kanban levels, and we can get that data from there and be like, all right, cool, this is the data we want. We're going to use this. That's not a problem. And that's just a simple call to that. Very quick and easy. And to get a list of all the Kanban boards, we just hit the Kanban board and we'll get that information. Now, we don't have any other information outside of that. We could... Okay. We could filter for anything that's still open. Yeah, that should be it. Yeah, that should already filter for it though. All right, I'm just doing a quick test. We're gonna make a Kanban board. We're gonna go archive Kanban board. Easy done. We're just gonna create it. We're going to edit Kanban board. We're just gonna close the Kanban board. Done. All right. If we go over here, oh, we do actually have it passing through. Okay. And we do have multiple pages for this. However, that's been said, we have the search functionality. we've got a couple of API points that we could hit. So the search functionality, if I actually bring that off to the left, open up the network tab, you'll see that it searches data, and what it does, it sends a bunch of information. As you see, there's an array of objects in here. In this sort of case, we'll be doing an array of for the Kanban boards. It'll send back a result with the Kanban boards and number of pages and stuff like that. Now, what I could do, and this is very, very easy, is if we actually have a search sort of functionality in there, we can request that data using this particular API endpoint. And we've got the title, we've got the ID and what status it is and so forth like that. And when someone actually picks something, that's when we'll send another request to fetch the column. Or if we should stick with the plan and finish a couple more of these. So at the moment, I am going to say we've closed a few more Kanban cards. Oops. I'm happy with that. I can come back to this particular task. I do want to implement documentation for the requirement item and sprint documentation. I don't know how long that will take. It'll probably take an hour or two. But I also want to test all the other databases. Oh, you need to be going? Oh, thank you very much, Ivanhoe. So yeah, thank you very much for being here. Catch you next time. Sorry if it took me a while to respond to that message. I was on a different tab. All right. So I should bring this down. This is NearBeach production. We've got to do the metadata. Got to figure that one out. We've got the Docker all databases with NearBeach. So I want to do that. Sorry, today. I want to start that one today. And I do want to do a few more unit tests. So if we have a look at the Circle CI. Oh, we failed something. Okay, yeah, we actually fixed that one up. Cool. This is why we got unit tests. Cool, we did fail it. I pushed something that broke something, but we ended up finding it and fixing it anyway, so yeah. Artifacts, let's go into index. Let's do the file, let's go API. So down here, we've got 75, that's gonna be fixed up very shortly when we actually do the tests for the others. So we've got some 78s in here. Yeah, we need to test for Kanban. All right, cool. Kanban card. Link API. Okay, cool. Let's go. All right. Object Sprint API view. Yeah, got to do that one. This is not implemented. Yeah, I kind of want. I need to do that. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Oh. All right. we're going to do some more unit tests at the moment. I'm not going to worry about doing any more of the Kanban cards in production just yet, because we can knock them off shortly. We're going to knock this one off. Getting sleepy. Yeah, I know. I had 12 hours sleep though. Caught up with my sleep. Yeah, there's some research tasks in here. There's that one. So there's 3 sort of tasks in here that I can't do on stream. Those 2 we could potentially do. It shouldn't take too long to actually do those. You know what? I'm changing my mind again. We're going to do the documentation because it needs to be done. It needs to be completed. I constantly put off documentation and it keeps biting me again and again and again and again and again. Alright, so I'm just double checking. So with this, git status. Alright, git checkout, documentation. We're on a different branch now. Git pull. We're going to pull in any sort of changes that someone has submitted. I love changing my mind. Yeah. Usually I have a plan, but in this sort of case, I want to get multiple things done in this particular stream, and which is why I started early. I've been going for 2 hours already. Usually I won't start for another half an hour. Yeah, I just want to get stuff done. Mainly because I wanted to start the 0.32 branch by now. But due to operation and just lack of being, just due to exhaustion, I haven't been able to get there. It's my life. If someone doesn't like, they have their own. Yep. All right, let's go into docs. What we're going to do is open up basic usage. We've got the requirement. I'm just going to copy, and we are going to paste. And it's going to be called requirement item. Easy done. There it is. We're going to add that all to the Git. We're going to open up this. We are going to have to redo these screenshots. So that's not going to be a problem. We will just delete these screenshots. Oh, yeah. This will be called requirement item CRUD. I'm going to do the refactor right now. And in here, it's just us changing requirement to requirement item. So that will be requirement item screenshot. And don't forget to drop everyone exclamation point drop followed by your favorite emoji. We're trying to beat Nightbot. Nightbot does love to cheat. I am going to do a dancing dino. All right, screenshot of requirement items. Requirement items. This will be different, so I'm going to rewrite this. Requirement items are a more detailed view. Hang on. The requirement items are the broken down requirements into more detailed parts. Think of them as user stories. User stories for a given user requirement. For a single user requirement. No. I don't want to use the word requirement to cause confusion. Things. Oh, ad break. Sorry, I am not paying attention. There we go. Yeah, ad break in progress. So yeah, hopefully everyone's going well. Got this lovely. I've got to, trim the beard soon. Oh, little dino made it down. 74.21. Nice. So yeah, getting there. And welcome back, everyone. You didn't miss much so in here, what I want to do is requirement items are broken down requirements into more detailed parts. Think of them as user stories. Whilst the requirement is the helicopter view, is the high/helicopter level of detailed. The requirement items are the the lower level detail. Lower/ground level details. All right. Create requirement item. This will be different. On the requirement information page, scroll to the bottom, then what we'll do is we'll go into here. We'll actually add one in right now. So we'll go all the way up. That's RFC. That's project updates. Requirement item. All right, I'm going to move this off to the right so you guys can see what is actually happening. I'm actually going to use the dark user mainly because we've been using the dark user for all of them. So we'll go down here and take a screenshot. We're going to download this. This will be under requirement item. Oh, we've already got one. Okay, that's cool. It's all fine and dandy. Oh, I can't do that. Damn it. Let's take a screenshot. Will you let me do the whole card? No. All right, hang on. This is where I got to zoom out and do this sort of bonkers thing. Give me a couple of seconds. Sorry, I want to get this screenshot all sorted. We want to download that. We want requirement item. This will be requirement item screenshot. Just realizing, did I delete the wrong files before? No, I didn't. Oh, no, I did. Whoops. All right, not a problem. I'll turn this one back to normal. We'll stay on this side and I'll zoom in. So I'm just repairing my files I stupidly deleted. So we want to go into docs, we want to go for basic usage, we want to go into, not that one, we want to go into requirement item. Essentially, we want that one, that one, that one, and we're going to, no, not that one, those ones, because the requirement items, yeah, we want those ones. There we go. All right. Requirement item. So requirement item screenshot, that should work straight away. He's done. I've now got the desk back again so I can actually stretch out. So on the requirement information page, scroll down to the bottom, click on the requirement item links, I do believe it is. Requirement item tab. This will list out all currently existing requirement items. And then the next thing is click on the create a new on the create a new requirement item button. The requirement item, the new requirement item wizard will show, fill out the form appropriately and submit. Done. You can't search requirement items. All right, so this will be on the requirement page. Scroll to the bottom. Click on the requirement item tab. All right, cool. Click on the appropriate requirement item. The you'll be redirected to the requirement item information page. That's spelled wrong. Page, and then what we want to do, apply appropriate changes and hit the submit or the save button or update button. I think it is update button. To navigate back to the requirement, click on the at the top of the page. All right, cool. I'm just double checking what that one is called. We're just going to go in here. It is go back to requirement. Link at the top of the page. Miss functionality. We've got links. We don't need that. We won't have a screenshot. That's perfectly fine. We won't have that. All right, yeah, we'll just have that at the moment. Oh, create a requirement item. Is this actually needed? Yeah, I'm gonna keep this in. Yeah, I'm gonna keep this one in. All right, so we want sprint crud.rst. In here, we're just going to go sprint. We've got one of those. Easy done. And Luca Santoni, how are you going? Hopefully you're going well. Welcome, welcome. I do hope you are enjoying my content. I'm just going to add this to a random sprint. We're just going to go into the sprint. I do know that we have common usage. I think we got sprint information in here, create links. Yeah, we do. All right.
You're doing good? All right. And how's your stream going so far? Can't complain at all. Getting stuff done. So yeah, can't complain at all. No. You can go over there. I want my space. All right, so we're gonna go creating a new sprint. And what we're going to do is in here, we've got the sprints. We're going to nick all of this. We're going to paste it into here. We don't need to rewrite it. What we just do something like that. Cheers. Yeah, she's just a tuxedo cat. She is a she. I've got two. I've also got another one that's a black and brown cat. So yeah. Yeah, she's 12 next year. So yeah, I've had her for 10 years, which is amazing. The longest cat I've ever had. I've had some unlucky moments with cats. All right, so the sprints functionality. I'm gonna re-include this. We need to actually copy this over. Then I'm going to write in a note saying, please see the... And then up here, we want to do ... And then a bunch of underscore... Yep. Underscore sprint crud. Yeah, it's just like that, sprint crud. Okay. And then I need to say, please see the... And this is where... I'll copy that. Paste it in there. Yeah, okay. Yep, definitely add that. This is where I... Oh, I've done something silly, haven't I? Oh my god, I've done something really silly. Yeah, I've done something silly, socks. Hang on, let's fix this up. I've got requirement item crud. And then requirement crud. Alright, so requirement crud is under requirement. I'm going to close that. That's perfectly fine. That's nice to have a cat like that. How's everything over there? Yeah, can't complain. I actually, no, I can't complain. I wish the weather was a little bit warmer at the moment. It has been too cold, and I think the weather is going to be terrible this week. I saw that coding isn't easy, dude. Yeah, it can. It's fun. I enjoy it. It's just, you've got to think about several steps ahead sometimes. Okay, so Saturday's going to be 18, then back to 14, then 20. 20's okay, and then rainy. Oh. Alright, I want to get stuff in my garden. So, yeah. Alright, so we've got the requirement item crud. That's perfectly fine. I know with the requirement items, I think I linked there somewhere else. Something like that. So I'm just going to copy that. Easy done. We're just going to close those particular things. We're going to go into the index here. I'm just going to do that. Please see the That will be ref sprint documentation, and that will be sprint crud. I don't know. We'll find out in a minute if that works. And then the idea in here is the sprint. There's our crud. And I'm happy for that. We will be going through our documentation at a later date and really fixing it up. This is just the first fix of many. So I'm going to go back into here. What is it? It's not resharper. It is read the docs. It's Sphinx Markdown. All right. So we want the Sphinx documentation. We want the getting started stuff. All right. Yep. Sphinx builder. I am going to close this and do that. I'm going to go Python 3 Sphinx. Oh, actually no, I can just do it here. Sphinx builder HTML. I need a directory, so make directory HTML is done. Sphinx builder. HTML input would be the docs, output would be the HTML. We do all that. We've got a couple of problems, so we're going to fix up those problems. Oh, that's cool. You're a developer. In which categories are you focused on? Are you a freelancer also? So I'm not a freelancer. I've got a 9-to-5 job. Essentially, I'm a full stack, more leaning towards the backend sort of stuff. I am terrible at designing, so that's rather noticeable when you actually use NearBeach. However, I'm not afraid of using CSS and stuff like that. So, yeah. Undefined label, adding other links to objects, ref. Let's under project CRUD. So we're going to go into docs. That is part of 4. And undefined add links to other objects. All right, I'm gonna have a bunch of those, aren't I? Yeah, I am. I'm not going to worry too much about them tonight. No, I should. I need to fix these. All right, cool. I'm just opening up this. We're going to go into projects, and what we're going to do is we're going to scroll down here. We're going to... Yeah, there is no links. All right, cool. But if we click on documentation, it does go into documentation. All right. Adding link to current object. All right. What if I go current object? Let's it's cool how you use CSS. Yeah. So I'm always open to learning new things. Writing notes for object. I've got to actually file mask, RST. Oh, that's actually really powerful to do. Let's actually copy this. Paste that in, and let's change this. So it's no longer adding links to other objects, it will be adding links to current object. And then we just go through all of this. Like so. Know a little about this, beautiful, because I'm a digital marketing expert. Oh, fair enough. All right, writing notes for an object. Now that is no longer needed, so that will be, if we have a look. Would just be notes. Yeah, let's go notes. That should be tags. Let's go back to projects. Let's scroll down with, I'm just going to scroll all the way down, add group to project. All right, there's the add customer to project. Yep, we'll fix that documentation. Writing notes for a project. So that will be common usage. And then we've got notes. And I think that just becomes notes. And that will be adding links to current object. Like that. And what goal do you have for your channel? Essentially, don't. I just stream to show off NearBeach and so forth like that. And hopefully someone comes in and like, oh, neat, I want to use that. So, yeah, that's just the goal. It's very low. All right, so we've got this. Now that's all done, writing notes for an object. We're going to copy that. We're just going to go into here. We are just going to write in here and just go to notes. And we're just going to leave it at that. Adding links to other objects. Oh, we've done that one, we've done that one, we've done that one. We should be all mostly done. Duplicate label, Kanban board, CRUD. I'm just going to build. Okay, so we've still got the duplicate issues. Not a problem, we're going to do that right this second. So I am also looking outside. It is getting dark. Requirement item CRUD. And what line? 14. Ah, put it on here. Yeah, create requirement. I'm going to delete that. Because I'm going to move this. We are going to put that in here. I think it's more appropriate here. And then we're going to reference it down here. So I don't think it's low even goal have meaning. By the way, I can see your affiliate. How long have years now? Affiliation's very, very easy to get to. You just need more than 3 average users and stream X amount of times a month and done. So yeah. It's the partner one, which is a lot harder to get. So yeah, not many of us in the science and dev, not the science. This is how long I've been streaming for. What is it now? It's like software and game development. Get to that one. All right. MISC requirement items. So I'm just going to put in a thing in here very, very quickly. So we've got the MISC requirement items, and what we're going to state is please see the, and then we're going to go ref requirement item documentation, and then it's just going to be requirement item. Done. I think that's it. I think that's how we're going to handle this. I'm going to rebuild it again. We still have, yes, it's only 3 average users. Hard there, low. So yeah. Now we've got another duplicate. Requirement item CRUD warning. Document doesn't include any top tree. Top tree not included. Yeah, that should be fine. Sprint CRUD. Because the requirement CRUD doesn't have any top tree either. So why are you complaining about the requirement item CRUD? Yeah. Don't mind if all then have Discord username. I just have a Discord. I don't really chat with people unless it's through the Discord channel. Alright. Hang on, I might need it somewhere else. Yeah, I think it's complaining because it isn't down here. It isn't part of the top tree down here. So yeah, we've got common usage, we've got requirements, we'll have requirement items. That will be, I'll tell you what, we'll just go copy and paste because all we need to do is make less changes here. Requirement items, I keep forgetting if I pluralize it or not. Requirement item, yep, requirement item CRUD. So there's that. Then we've got all of that. We've then got the sprint functionality. That'll be 004 basic usage, sprint CRUD, easy done. Also, don't focus, really focus on Discord, but that's where I say for me and my customers. Oh, fair enough. Yeah. Oh, ad break. I do have socials. All right, let's close these curtains. Sorry, it's actually getting put behind the curtain. You know how to get out. There I go. All right, hopefully everyone's going well. Oops, I'm gonna reset that camera for a second so it stops itself jiggling. Sorry about that. I've got to redo this setup. As you see, this camera is not in focus. It's also very smudgy too, so yeah. There you go. Ad break's almost over, about 8 more seconds, and then we can continue. Oh, good. Analytics, I don't want to look at analytics, do I? Yeah, no, they're low tonight. Are you a full-time streamer or just stream with your free time? Stream in like free time. So I do, On Twitch, I do actually have when I stream. So that's all set up. It's just today I'm streaming a little bit earlier, just because it's a public holiday today. So, you know, I'm getting as much done today as possible. All right, in here, what we've got is got a couple of issues. Got the requirement item CRUD on 14, duplicate label, label, what is requirement item, other instances, requirement CRUD. All right, so on number 14, I'm just gonna close all this. We're going to go requirement item CRUD. Minimize everything, requirement item CRUD. We're going to open up the documentation. We're going to go to basic usage, requirement item CRUD, number 14. We are just going to do find and... So what is a requirement item? That's only in one spot. So I don't know why that's complaining about that at the moment. What I might do is I might remove the HTML, and I might just rebuild it that way, because I think it's getting confused. Yeah, it's just getting confused. We've got undefined label, adding links to current object. We've got to find that out very, very quickly. Let's do that. Let's do that. It's not quite that. All right, cool. Let's actually, let's find the link itself. It's not in there. So we need common usage. We need I'm going to say linked objects. It's going to be a better name for that. So we're going to go in here, adding links to current object. I'm just going to paste in that. And we paste that all in. I'm just going to rebuild. Perfect. Now, what happens if I delete the HTML, make directory HTML, and redo it? Ooh, I'm going to have issues. Not a problem. That's why we've done that. I had a feeling that something would happen. Explicit markup ends without a blank line. Expected unindent. All right, different databases, Oracle. Let's minimize this. This will be installation, different databases, Oracle, didn't end with a blank line. What line? Number 12. All right, it's been a bit fussy. It likes it like this. I'm not a bigger fan of that. I kind of want a word wrap. And then we've got to add in, I think, an extra line in there. Same with the Postgres. So it's complaining about this. And then system variables, 94. That will be administration, system variables, 94. Okay. I won't be able to do anything until after stream. Aha. Yeah, it just needed that one little extra thing. That one's a little too long. This one's a little too long. So I just didn't clean up that up the other day when I was setting this. Easy done. All right, cool. So I've just done those system variables. Kanban CRUD. 168. So basic usage, Kanban CRUD, 168. Oh, yeah, all right. Kanban board MISC. Let's add that in. Card details. All right, common usage. Yeah, all right, cool. Yep, that's fine. This is organization CRUD now. This would be line 55. We'll just scroll down to line 55. Yeah, all right, this is... by the way, have you ever heard of using social media campaigns to grow your channel and start earning from your stream? Yes, I have. Customer CRUD. All right, that's perfectly fine. Request for change. CRUD. Want a duplicate label on line 4 with the NearBeach flow. How does it work? User requirements. Request for change. Tell you what, I'm just going to write feature to all of these. Just going to be easier that way. Done. All right, cool. That will fix most of that. There we go. I'm happy. I'm going to do it again. I'm going to remove the HTML. I'm going to make directory HTML. I'm then going to build into it, make sure we don't have any other issues. I'm happy with that. So if we actually go back and hit refresh, this should all be updated now. If we go in to the sprints functionality, we've got a bunch of stuff in here which we're happy with. That's not working how we want it to. I'm just sprints, and yeah, the requirement items, we've got the requirement items easy done. So cool. Exactly what I specialize on running safe, organic campaigns that grow your channel naturally and help you start earning from it. Not at the moment, thank you very much. I'm currently streaming, so yeah, gotta focus on this. All right. All right, so in here, this is production. We have done that and we've done that. In fact, I'm just gonna put those as done for the moment. We're just gonna archive them. So we're down to 8 now. I know 2 of them are doing off stream. One of them, the unit test, will actually hopefully finish today. That will get done next week. So yeah, we're getting there. This is starting to look good. I'm going to put those over into done and archive those. I'm going to minimize the Kanban boards at the moment. Just so I can only focus on what I need. I also have a Twitch stream friend who's fun and has been part of my community. He's part of the streamer who wants to stream. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to go over here. We're going to go git status. We've done all those changes, so git add, git commit. And this is adding in sprint and requirement item documentation. And we're just going to push that. All right, cool. So I'm going to complete the documentation because I want that documentation live today. So I'm just going to close all of that. We're going to go into GitHub NearBeach. And what we're going to do is we're going to do a pull request. All right, this is just a simple description. It's going to be implement simple, not simple, sorry, implement the, did I write spring? Yes, I did. All right. I have brain farts all the time. Good spot, though. Good spot. So yes, that is wrong. Implement the sprint and requirement item documentation. Once again, we will be going through. It needs to be spring here. I'm yearning for spring here at the moment. I had it up before. Melbourne weather, it's cold at the moment. I know I'm wearing t-shirt and shorts at the moment. That has just been cold and miserable lately, and we've just got absolute rain and all that kind of stuff. I just want some warm, hot, sunny days. I pulled my watermelon out of my greenhouse and put it in a pot plant, and it died straight away. The pot plant ain't outside. It was just that cold. It couldn't fit in the greenhouse anymore. I've got those little tiny greenhouses, not a big greenhouse. It's just like, oh, I just want it to be warm. That's my rant about spring. Implement the sprint, and I'm just going to create it. Now, because there's no functionality or anything like that, all the unit tests should run perfectly fine. Everything should just work. We've done this locally on ours. I'm just going to urgent. 12 degrees, grey clouds here on the other end of the world. Yeah, fair enough. So yeah, you can complain with me. It will be good once we hit spring, because in my garden, I have a plan this year. I've got a Kindle Scribe. Essentially, I've been writing down what I want and all that kind of stuff in here. Give me a couple of seconds. That's all working out. It's gotta go up a couple of levels. This would be personal, and then it'll be gardening. And I'm hoping it opens up. All right, cool. This is me just taking a quick break, but there we go. I've written down what I want to plant and all that kind of stuff. I found extra spaces in my garden for experimentation. So above VP1 is the clothesline and stuff like that. I hardly use the clothesline. The soil there is terrible. The idea being is I'm going to actually put crushed rock there. But I'm like, as an experiment, I'm going to put some corn and sunflower in that spot, and I'm just going to see if it grows. Doesn't matter, because I've got a lot of corn and sunflower seeds, and when I say I got a lot, I've got a lot. I've been giving large quantities away to people. And yet, it's too cold for the corn to grow, too cold for the sunflowers to grow. They're growing in the greenhouses, which is great. They're little tiny at the moment in the greenhouses, so I've got a couple of weeks, and I'm hoping next week the weather starts warming up so I can start transitioning some of these seedlings into the garden. My cucumbers are taking over in the greenhouse, and I'm like, I've got to pull them out soon. They've got to go, even if I put them in pots, they've got to go in pots or something like that, and it's just too cold. I'm looking forward to my garden growing. I was like, oh, I've got plans. Let me do my plans. This damn weather. All right, Git. We want to check out develop. All right, I'm just going to do a git pull. Actually, git checkout main. Git pull. We want to pull everything in. Plans and plans. Yes, yeah. Git checkout develop. I'm gonna merge everything in. Merge in main. This is perfectly fine. Reason being, I just want all those particular branches to be all in sync at the moment. Well, best as possible as in sync. Alright, so that's been done. We're all happy with that. I've done one task today. Let's go back to this. So we're going to do unit tests. Yeah, we're going to do unit tests now. All right. So I want to go to Circle CI just because they've got my latest code up there. Stop sitting on my keyboard, please. Exit out of that. I'm going to log in. I don't know why they don't have the process automated. So we're going over into here. This one is running still. We've done a bunch of up. I'm just going to go to this latest developed one. It's fine. It's fine because we're just looking at the index. So we need to find. Now we've got those three. Check user permission API ones. We can also attack those in the near future. But first, let's go down here. All right, so we've got a bunch down here. I'm gonna probably start at the very, very bottom, the user API. And then I'm going to do the task API and then the link API and so forth like that. So we're going from the bottom up. We want to hit at least the vast majority of these. I know with the Kanban board API, what are we missing? We are missing. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. We're never going to really hit these two lines. Those are in there just in case. So it's just in case pages none been set, it'll fall upon those. Very, very rare case. So we've got the user API. And what this does, and let's open up Swagger. We want to go. Sorry. User down here. So we can get a user and their API key. We can also get a bunch of other stuff. I think that's what we're hitting. We'll have a look. So opening up NearBeach, we're going into NearBeach, we're going into the views, we're going into the API, and we should, under user, have user API. It's get, post, and delete, so I don't think it's that one. We got get, post, and delete. It might be that one. All right, user API view set, descriptions, create a single API key against the user. It is that one. So if we have a look at this one, it's that's a list. We'll hit the post. It's like creates a single API against the user. Sweet. And then we've got the username in the parameters. And this should just create a simple user. Okay. So the other thing is we don't have permissions. on this, which is very naughty of us. All right, I'm gonna log in as a read-only user. Actually, no, we're gonna have to use Postman for this test. I'm gonna jump over here. We're gonna open up Postman. All right. I want to log in as the admin. I'm going to go to users. We're going to open up the read-only user. We're going to scroll down. We're just going to generate an API key. It doesn't matter with its name and stuff like that. All right, there we go. API key generated. We're going to go over here. We are going to see if I've actually done that API collection. I have not. So what I want to do is I want to create another request. I want to go user API. I'm going to add folder, read only user. This just tells me that it's a read only user and all that kind of stuff. I'm just going to move that request into there. Actually, I'm just going to, yeah, I'm going to close all tabs. It's going to save. I know. There we go. All right, cool. So we've got the read only. I just need to do the CRUD. So this is gonna get user API read only. Okay, I'm also going to open up one of these just to remember what all the fields are. So I'm just gonna copy. Can I copy this? Yes. Gonna go over here. We are going to bulk edit. We're just going to paste that in. We do need to edit that very, very quickly. We've got it open up here. Easy done. And then we're just going to paste that in. Now, this is the get command. If we go back to Swagger, we've got we need the API version 0 username API key. I'm just going to copy that because we'll need it. And we don't need the page. The username is required. All right, cool. So we go over here. We're going to do, I'm just going to paste that in. I'm just going to then paste what we've got in. And I'm actually going to pick the username for the read-only user. So give me a couple of seconds. That's number 5. I'm just going to hit send. You do not have permission to perform this action. All right, sweet. And now I double check the permissions. Permission classes is super user. Cool, we are doing it, sweet. So what I want to do to test that is I want to jump over into here. We are going to go back to the user list. We're just going to type in admin to search for the admin user. We're going to click on them. We're going to generate them a new API key. We are going to just copy that. We're going to go over here. I'm going to change this and go admin. I'm going to also change this and type in admin. Oh my God, let me select. Thank you. We are going to go into the headers. We are going to change that to that. We're going to hit save. We're going to hit send, and presto, we've got a bunch of stuff in there. So yes, I did actually implement the permissions. I just forgot that it's actually set up here. This is super user is something we sort of built up because we realized that anyone with sort of access could access what we didn't want access. So we built this little tiny function which extends out of the base permissions of the API
Yeah. So pretty simple. So what we want to do is we kind of want to hit this API in the unit tests. So yeah, let's go create these unit tests. Let's minimize everything. Let's open up NearBeach. Let's go down into our NearBeach tests. We've got the test API, and then we've got the test user permissions, and then we've got the admin user. Now, we're gonna, once we set up this file completely, we're gonna copy it and we're gonna do a read only, we're gonna do a team leader and so forth like that. With the idea being is, depending on the user, depends if they've got the ability to do certain tasks. So what we do is we change the status code appropriately, and hey, we've just tested all of the user permissions. So yeah. This is meant to test just the user permissions. So we've got the test API coffee data. I'm going to open up the structure for this. Sorry, I've got to lean around socks. We've got the sprint and then the task, and so yeah, we've got to do the tasks later. A lot of that will be copy and paste from the project sort of stuff because they've got both similar structures. And then what we want to do is def test API user API data and self. We've got the data list, and then we've got the self.run data list, and that's pretty much it. And now we just key stuff into here. So we've got a couple of things. This will only happen with a super user, so we only need to test one, the CRUD for this. This will be very, very quick. So we jump into here. We've got the get. We've got the post, which will post stuff in. We'll have, I don't know what the digest is for. Am I doing that? All right, let's double check that. We've got the code here. We've got the destroy, which we need to actually do. And we've got the list. So I don't know what the digest is for. Yeah. I'm just going to test it out. Okay. Oh, we've hit another ad break. All right, how's everyone going? Yeah, I need a new webcam. I don't know what I can do with the webcam. I'll have to figure it out. So, yeah. And I know I need a haircut. Like, that's what I should look like. Gotta blur up the whole entire lens to make myself look pretty. So, yeah. Monday, hopefully soon. I'm gonna clean up a couple of these items too. Hopefully everyone's going well. Yeah. I think this unit test should be pretty quickly. Then we'll jump onto the tasks because they'll be copy and paste for the projects, and we'll just rename all the tasks. What else will there be? Those are the two major ones, and yeah, it's just going through all of them. I just want all the unit tests done tonight, and then we've got the database and the shakeout stuff to do. So that means documentation is technically done. We just got that one little thing to do. So mostly done, and then yeah, the unit tests and then the shakeout tests. All right, cool. And then we've got to do the unit tests. All right, so much to do, so much to do. I'm hoping mid-October I can be like, all right, cool, it's all sorted. We've wrapped up most of what we want, and then we can go, all right, cool, this is what we're going to do moving forward. All right, welcome back. So
we've got 3 points to hit. We've got the lift, create, and destroy. Easy done. So what we want to do is we want to, in here, just go self.url test. That's not correct. That's not what I wanted filled out. Thank you very much. You're now wasting my time. Sorry, I hate how it fills out everything, and it's wrong quite a lot of the times. What we want is pretty much this. I'm just going to copy this. Should I click copy or paste? Who knows? At this point in time, I don't know. So we're going to hit that. That's the endpoint. We are going to say that there is no data coming through. We expect it to 100, and this is a get. So yeah, that should be it for the get. That will list everything. And then we do one for the post. And we just do, all right. It's gonna be the same. And then we do one for the delete. But the delete will have a number on it. But I don't know what the number will be. So there's the post. Oh. We might need to fix up our fixtures for this. Don't eat that. Okay. Okay, give me a couple of seconds. What I'm going to do, there's a token. But what happens when I delete the token? I'm just going to, let's bring up the console log. Let's move that off to the left. Let's find out we're deleting it. This is a test environment. So we're going to go over here. We're going to delete everything. We've just got nothing in there. We're going to hit delete. We're having a look at the request. So the request doesn't send anything. The response actually sends that massive thing. Oh. Oh yeah, because then we won't be using the token. Okay. To create another API key, I'm just going to create one very, very quickly. What we do is we get back is the primary key and the API key. And if I go here and I go send, that's an invalid token now because I deleted it. I'm going to copy this one. We're going to go back over here. We're going to paste it in. We're going to hit save and we're going to send. So as you see, it comes back with all of this like that. And then we've got the PK here. So to test this properly, for the delete functionality, I need to fix up the fixtures. So that's not going to be a problem. That's a very quick and easy task to do. So what we want to do is we want to remove the database. We then want to go Python 3, manage, migrate, and then we want to fill out that data. So Python 3, manage, load data, and then we want to do NearBeach fixtures, and we're just dealing with the basic setup. That being said, now that I said that out loud, I've got to double check that in here. Which fixture? Yes, we are. Cool. Now I'm going to stop this. I'm waiting for this to be done. It is done. We are going to go into debug mode. We're just going to go and essentially we might need to re-log in. Yes, we do. Admin, next, cool. With the admin, what we're going to do is we're going to open up all the users. I'm going to move that off to the right so you can see it. I'm going to actually put on API keys onto all of these users. So we're going to go in here. We're going to go generate API key. Let's just say API key. It's pretty simple. I'm just not bothering with the description. Sorry. We'll just create API keys for everyone. Right, and then once we're at the admin user, we've got this lovely API key. Okay, we've just copied it. We're now going to put it in here. We're just going to send, there's our API key. So there's what we're wanting to delete. So what we do is we go into here, we paste that in like that, and that should be fine. To separate out this onto multiple different lines. That's perfectly fine. Also, what we want to do is we want to do a self.url test. We've got the API key. We're going to paste that one back in. This is going to be a little bit different. Don't know why it's like that, but you know, we also want to finish off with a / at the end. That's why. All right. Not a problem. And Scotty B, how you go? I leave him and gonna continue the discussion on Discord. All right, cool. Thank Luca. Good morning. When are you gonna try Mojo and Python Cynthia? I don't know yet. I do need to start using it, but I don't know about this one. Python Cynthia is a complete development environment for writing Python scripts on your iPad or iPhone. I do have an iPad. Lots of examples include from games, animations, plotting, manipulation, customer user interfaces, and automation scripts. In addition to the powerful standard library, Python Cynthia provides extensive support like interactive with native iOS features, including reminders, photos, location data, and more. Neat. I have not used this before. I'm going to keep that for later. And how are you, Scotty B? Hopefully you're going well. All right, another thing I do want to double check is I'm going to copy this. I'm going to put that like that. Maybe that doesn't work. We'll find out in a minute. But first what we want to do is we want to go Python 3 manage make data. Make data. We want indent to be 2, format to be JSON, and we want to put that into the NearBeach fixtures, NearBeach basic setup. Dump data, sorry, not make data. Python 3 manage dump data, indent to format JSON, and we want to put that into our NearBeach fixtures, NearBeach basic setup. All right, so that should work fine. Famous last words. We are going to double check the Swagger documentation at the moment. So we've got username, username. So we've got the one. Yep. We've got the API, and then we've got the digest. So I don't know if that digest is working. Extends auth has no attribute API key. Okay, that's fine. What we'll do is we'll get rid of that, which means I can get rid of this one particular test. This test should be fine. Better today, got a good night's sleep. Oh, that's good to hear. I actually wasn't talking about Pythos yet. I didn't even know about it. I was complimenting your Python programming ability. I want to start learning Mojo so you can teach me. I think you would pick it up very quickly. Well, it is a superset of Python. So a lot of what I've already know in Python should be transferable knowledge. So yeah, just I don't have time at the moment. That's the one problem. I do want to learn this because there's a lot of stuff I could potentially use with this. So yeah. And what I know in Rust would be the other part. Yeah. Okay, they've got a tutorial. Yeah, I'll have to give it out a shot out one time. I just got to wrap up 0.31. That's the thing. All right, we're going to test this out very, very quickly. So I'm just going to go over here. I'm going to go Python 3 manage test, and hopefully this will work. Fingers crossed. Yeah, we've got to deal with that pagination stuff. All right, we failed so far. Just letting it finish. So, NearBeach test, user permission, test API, API user, API admin permission test API user, API data. So, it failed on this one. We're status code 204. All right, we've done something silly. It's meant to be 204 because we are deleting stuff. And the other one up here, ooh, that's the list. This should be a 201 created. So, yeah. All right. Now we're just going to wait for all these tests to complete. We would have failed pretty early on. I think these are going to run all the way through, which is good. And then we just got to do the unit tests for tasks. I'm sorry on YouTube. I've just realized that a bunch of errors and stuff have come through. YouTube is not, as such, will experience buffering. Should be sending. Is my stream having any issues? Anyone out there? Hopefully not. Yeah, it's just had a couple of issues come through. All right. Anyway, let's jump back into this. So we did the test. We're all happy with the test. Let's also do the tasks in here. So I'm gonna scroll all the way up. So it'll be the same as this. Oops. We're going to copy all of that. Like so. And we're just gonna change all of that pretty quickly. In fact, what we could do can do something like this. I don't need those open. And what I'm going to do, find and replace. So we're going to find in lowercase project first. So this is case sensitive. And then search and replace, and we're going to replace with lower task. And we're just going to replace all, and then we're going to do it with project and then task. And then we're going to replace all of that. Easy done. And then the last couple. So find and replace project. We are going to replace with task. Easy done. And then we're going to copy, and then we're just going to go down here and we're going to paste it into here. Easy. Going to paste it in like that. We do have to read all of this very, very quickly. So task, if we go to task get, yep, task get, post, task, yep. Most of this should be fine. Write delete functionality for both users and group writing for the object items. All right, that's a to do later. Link tests. Create more links against objects. Yep. All right. Sweet. Object sprint tests. All right. Yep. All right. Let's run the tests again. Ooh. All right. No, not a problem. The reason why this is happening is there's a couple of object links up. Sorry about the puppy stepped on the keyboard. Oh, that's all good. How is the puppy going? Growing? I'm hoping. Are you? Because if memory serves me correctly, you're fattening them up because they're all pound puppy. All right, so what's happening here is we're sending information into the back end and we're like, all right, cool, can you disconnect this from this particular object and so forth like that, and it's not passing those particular checks because that object is not connected to that object. We need to find those particular objects and fix that up, so not a problem. This one is hitting the API version 0 task. Yeah, we've got task name, task description, and all that kind of stuff. Now that doesn't work. When we actually move to the generic database sort of stuff, it's going to be a lot better. All right, so I'm going to close Postman now because we don't need it open. We're going to actually fix this up. So we're going to scroll all the way up to the top of tasks. So here, this will actually be short description. Then we've got long description because I don't know what I was smoking at the time. Then all right, so that one should be fixed. And then what we're doing is we're sending an update. That should be short description. Sorry, that one should be long description. That should be short description. And we got all of that. Yep. All right, cool. Scrolling down. All right. They should be maybe fine. Let's find out. Let's run the test again. Yeah, he's not getting any bigger or fatter, though he is, however, coming out of his shell. Oh, that's nice. And being much more outgoing and brave. Oh, that's awesome. His tail went from hanging low to curled up on his back. Nice. Aw. Well, that's great to hear. Oops, sorry, I dropped my pen. All right, so we've got a couple of E's and F's, not as many as last time. Dropping it again. We've got API version 0, task note 3. These aren't connected properly. So note 2, link 46. The row is not defined. Did you mean POW? All right. API data object type task object relation blocked. Okay, we'll come across that one again. All right. So URL tasks. So it's link. It's a post. So link. So we've got the 2 gets are fine. Object ID to. We're doing a task. Object is blocked by. That should work. Name row is not defined. Did you mean POW? So link API view. All right. What I'm going to do, I'm going to put requirement in there to see if that fixes that. Then we've got to look into the database for this particular thing. So we're going to go up here. We're just going to go task information. We're going to go to 1 and 2. We're going to go down into our linked objects, and we've got to have a look at what these linked objects are. So I'm going to bump this up to the left. I'm going to go link in here. We've got the linked objects in here. We should also, if we expand this open, we don't actually have the connections in there just yet, but that's not a problem. What I can do is I can get that information from the API. So localhost, API, version 0, task. We're doing 1. And task priority, we've got organizations. I don't have links. There we go. So object assignment ID, we've got 43 and 47. So this is, that's creating a new link. Now, that will be a 400. So task 2, link 43. I think that's meant to be... All right, I'm going to put... So 43 and 44. So 43 and 44. And then if we delete the 43, and then that's got to be 44. Easy done. All right. that will be creating a note, that will be creating a note, that will be, sorry, that's getting the note. This will be creating the note. This will also be creating the note. This will be updating the note. So what we want is up here, we want to go note for number 1. So object ID note 5. So that's going to be a 5. And then in here with the 2, that's going to be an 8. All right, so then we want a 5 and an 8 down here. Easy done. All right, I'm happy with that. So let's get back into testing. Let's hope we've fixed all of those connections. Okay, we've got an incoming ad in about a minute. I can't believe I've been going for 3.5 hours already. I've got about 7, so it'll be 2.5 hours left, but we'll see how long I can go tonight. Yeah. All right, well, sorry, as we build this out, the test, creating it and then deleting something and so forth like that. But at the moment, we're just checking permissions. So there we go. So tests should be done. Sorry, tasks should be done. We've got the sprint data, requirement data, which is going to be very, very similar to, and we need the requirement item data too. Yeah, that's going to be similar again. To the point that I could get away with just doing this again. So find and replace, make sure everything matches. We're going to go tasks. We're then going to put in a requirement. We're just going to replace all of those. And then we're going to go task and then put in requirement. Easy done. We're going to replace all of those. Then we're going to do task and just do a lowercase requirement. That's all done and dusted. And then we're going to go requirement name. And that's going to be requirement title. Can't wait till I make this all generic. So yeah. And then requirement description is going to be called the scope. And then we copy all of this. Go in here, we're going to paste it in. Now, straight off the bat, we know some things aren't going to work, which is perfectly fine. So this should work, this should work, this should work, this should work. That should work, that should work, that should work. Yeah, all right. We'll keep the to-do in there. We've got the requirement link tests. So we've got the requirement link. That should work, that should work. It's this post that should work. Oh, and we're in an ad break. All right, cool. What would you suggest to do for learning a framework that is really unpopular? My job uses it. It's Falcon. All right. Good question. I don't know if you're in chat. I don't know if you got ads. Anything until ads are over. Smiley face. All right, cool. The ads are over very, very shortly. Let's have a look. You are? All right, cool. Now, I've never used this framework before, so I'm going to tackle this how I would do stuff. High performance PHP framework. All right, so great news for me. I know PHP. I'm going to assume. Oh yeah, that's fine. I'm going to assume that you also know PHP and don't need to learn PHP. My first port of call is definitely visit their website. Definitely see if they've got any tutorials on their website straight off the bat. So usually that will be under getting started or on their homepage where they're like tutorials or something like that. Or you can search for a tutorial basic, like so. The next step from there would be, this is great if they've actually got a tutorial. I'll bump that off to the right so you can actually see, is to go through the tutorial and actually build something. The next step after that is think something small. And we're talking something that will probably take you between 5 minutes to no longer than 2 hours to sort of build. It could be as simple as clicking on a button and it mutating something on the DOM. Or it could be up to a simple to-do list, especially if you've done multiple to-do lists before in other frameworks, and just to see how this would differ from there. Another thing I would potentially do is, now when you're looking at the differences between Falcon and Laravel, you're not looking at people's objective, you're not looking at people's subjective sort of opinions between the two. You're actually looking at something objective, being like, oh, okay, cool. To set up this, you're using this. They use this type of framework, this template rendering system, and so forth like that. So you would look at that and sort of read through what people have said. Another thing is you look elsewhere for tutorials too. They're definitely online and stuff like that. And then the second line. Well, actually, no, I've already told you to build something with it. So yeah, definitely build small stuff with it and then sort of extend your knowledge. The last thing to do with it is you can use an LLM to help you out. However, that being said, you've got to remember they can be really wrong and they can be completely and utterly off. And as someone new to that framework, you might not catch that straight away. Yeah. Otherwise, if you've actually got access to the source code for work and stuff like that, I would definitely sit down and read it. Breakpointing is great. That's what I do whenever I got a new sort of project, is I will breakpoint it and see exactly how it works. I might go through a couple of the lines and a couple of the sections, be like, all right, cool, read the code, see how it's done, and so forth like that. And that's, yeah, how I would tackle learning a new framework. Yeah. So I learned Laravel back when I got my last job in 2019, and a lot of what I learned in Django transferred over. So you'll also find, if you know other frameworks, a lot of that knowledge is already transferable knowledge, especially if you know PHP and stuff like that. Hopefully that helps. I'm going to clean up a couple of these tabs. So yeah. Oh, we're opening up this to actually go to the requirement information one. Actually, no, I want to actually have a look at the API, because the API will actually tell me exactly the numbers I need. So we're going to go API version 0. We're going to go requirement. We're going to go 1. We'll open up number 2 in a minute. We'll duplicate this tab wherever duplicate is. Am I blind? Yeah, I am blind. There it is. I swear to you, they've moved things around. I actually haven't used it. So yeah, I've used Laravel, but once again, I only used it because I got a job and they're like, we use Laravel here. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. Give me like 24 hours to see what I can do on it. And I was like, oh, it's like Django, except it's a manual car compared to Django, which is an automatic car. So yeah. So it's been ages since I've actually used Laravel. Been meaning to go back and play around with it. Delivered as a C extension. Ooh. Don't know what that really means, but okay. Low overhead, cool. Data and store. I'm assuming that yep, ORM, sweet. So I'm going to, sorry, I'm working around socks at the same time. Extends model. All right, yeah, that's pretty stock standard. So we've got a public variable there, public that. We don't have types. Initialize. All right, cool. Now, that being said, when I said it doesn't have types, I could be completely and utterly wrong. It might have types, and this is a very, very simplified thing, right? So this example doesn't have types is what I was meant to say. Laravel is nice for APIs that don't need speed that much. Okay, fellow is speed optimized. Oh, okay. The powerful query language. Okay. There's one thing I like about Django. It handles building the queries and stuff for you. And it also handles all the SQL injection stuff and cleaning all your variables and stuff like that for you, which is awesome. Views and front ends. All right, cool, yeah. Basic sort of PHP. Okay, yeah. The Vault. All right, this is what I'm more used to. This looks very much like Django. Honestly, if you gave me that. Yeah. It's query builder as well, so no worries there. Ah, nice. All right, cool. Internationals. That's one thing I've got to sort of implement. Forms builder. Flash. All right. Yeah. That's pretty cool. Yeah. I sadly haven't ever used it before. So yeah, I'm gonna also put that up there because I think after stream, I kind of want to put that in my, if I've got a small little project to do pile language to use. So yeah. To be fair, I should be somewhere on the contributors list, so I might be behind. Oh, fair enough. So yeah, no, it does look like a neat framework to use. Okay, when I say this, I'm excluding WordPress from this. It's been a while since I've actually delved deep into PHP. The WordPress sites I've been doing, I would say very basic. I would not say that. Yeah, they'd just be basic. Yeah, just building templates and basic sort of plugins. Nothing using PHP like in depth. All right, so links. We're posting that. That's fine. We will actually change that to task, and we'll change this one to task. So now we need some will fail. So we're going over here and we're going to go into links. We're going to have a look at the links and we're going to go grab a link from number 2, put it against number 1 and all that kind of fun stuff. So we'll have 41 and 40. So in here, what I want to do is this one will be 40 and this one will be 41 and then it'll be 41 and 40. And then I'd probably muck that up and number 1 will be 40. So I have mucked that up. All right, so number 1, yep, all right, cool. And then the next thing is with the notes, that's create. We don't have the notes, so I'm just gonna go over here. We're going to go note. Whoop. I don't know what that noise was. We don't have any notes. We can do this very, very quickly with the notes. I'm just trying to think. Yeah, that is the music. I am going to skip this song because that noise, for some strange reason, just scares the shit out of me. So, I don't know if it came up that I actually did a little jump the first time that noise came on. So, what is that? Alright, so we're doing all that test. We just got to connect up the right notes now. We don't have a note for this particular one. Now, the problem is I probably created stuff and destroyed stuff and so forth like that. So what I'm going to do, sorry, Sarkis, I've got to sit you over there. Sorry, sweetie. No. Don't cause trouble. I need to type on the keyboard at the moment. There we go. You get the front section. I'm at the point of converting from front end to back end. I'm so scared I'm going to lose my job. What do you mean? As in, like, it just takes time, I think. If you've got a good team, they will understand that, hey, you need to actually learn this new sort of functionality and stuff like that. But if you come out being like, I'm going to learn this, I want to learn this, I want to get better at this, I know I'm not up to par as the other devs for the back end at the moment, they're going to be like, all right, great, he's enthused to actually do this, and that transition should go very well. There's definitely been times where I've needed to learn stuff on the job, and people will be like, all right, cool, he doesn't know how to do that. That's fine. We'll go through that and test and you know, get them acclimatized to all that. And yeah. I don't want to say don't overstress it because that comes out like I'm dismissing what you're saying. I understand the unknowns is very, very stressful, and I understand that, yes, losing a job is horrible. But I believe in you. So yeah, I think if you come at it with the right attitude, you can definitely achieve. So, yeah. And thank you very much for the follow. So yeah. Anyway, I'm going to destroy the database. So let's destroy the database. Easy done. I want to make sure I haven't added any weird things into the fixture. So I'm going to load the fixture up again, and we're going to actually add some nodes onto some other objects that I've probably missed. So we're going to go to Python 3 manage migrate, which will recreate the database. And then we're going to go Python 3 manage load data. And we're going to load the data from the NearBeach fixtures. So yeah. Yeah, we do have a Discord. If you guys wanted to jump on there, we do actually have a programming section on there. Feel free to just add to it. Not many people do at the moment. I know my Discord's very, very quiet. I'm trying to bring up discussions on there too. And I also talk about my garden on there also. So yes, I'm a little proud of my garden. All right, so we've got everything up and running. I'm going to reset the server. And we are going to add in a couple of notes for the front end. So we're just going to go localhost. Now, the reason why we're still logged in is we're still using the same credentials from before. They just match up when we destroyed and recreated the database. It happens. We want to list all objects. We're going to go open up both requirements. We're scrolling down to the notes section. This one has a note. We're happy with that one. If we go down here, we've got no notes. We're going to add in a note from the system admin. Yes, no, I actually want to log in as a different user. I want to log in as the team leader. And I want to add in a note as the team leader. we will be actually adding in more tests later on, being like, all right, cool, team leaders won't be able to change anyone else's notes. They can only change their own notes and so forth. That's just another step in the permissions that we will actually do. There'll be very specific tests for that. All right, so I've just done that. We're happy with that. I don't know why I closed the tab. I'm going to reopen that one. So with the requirement information 1, only admins can access this. I'm going to make sure that we've got notes against the requirement items 2. No, we don't. So we're going to add that in very quickly. So requirement item note, easy done. We're going to jump over here. We're going to go into requirement items. We'll just go down here and add in more notes into here too. Requirement item notes, easy done. I'm gonna close those now because I don't need them open. What we need to do is Python 3, dump data. We want to indent by 2, format by JSON into our NearBeach fixtures basic setup. And that just takes a second right there. All right, we're gonna go back over here. We're going to refresh this. So we've got the object note ID 4. I'm almost closed the wrong tab then. And 11. So going back in here, we've got the requirement to note. So we're creating. Oh no, we're updating here. So requirement note, and that should be 4. And that should be okay. And then for 2, that's 11. Yeah. I understand how hard it is. Yeah, it's that threat, that thought or that threat is something, it's horrible to work with. So, yeah. And I'm hoping it goes all right. I think you can do it. I honestly think you can. I think you can learn it and become very, very productive member of the team. So, yep. All right, we're going to do, that would be 4 and 11 there, and we're going to run our tests. And don't worry about making mistakes. I make mistakes all the time. Someone pointed out I wrote spring instead of sprint, and they're 100% correct. I didn't spot it. I would never have spotted it. So, all right, we failed. But this is why we got tests. We failed some 3 tests. That's perfectly fine. We just go through and we fix it up. It's probably because I've just got some wrong numbers somewhere. So, or wrong fields. Requirement title. Requirement scope. 400. Okay, let's get rid of that. Let's do that. Let's move my keyboard. So we've got title, we've got scope. This is hitting API requirement. So this is the post that's creating a new requirement. We don't have organization for requirement. No, we do have organizations. We do have group lists. We don't have end dates or start dates. So that's my mistake. So scrolling up. Keep scrolling. We've got requirement. We're going to remove these because requirements themselves are just user stories. User stories don't actually have a start date or end date. You're literally just gathering what the user wants, and then you'll be sending them responses. All right, cool. All right, going through, we're just gonna wait for all of these to run. And the best thing is, the requirement items for this is literally just me copying and pasting this code. So, yeah, gonna be great. All right, coming, I do believe we're past that particular point in time, but I rather run to completion. And the pagination warnings are starting to really annoy me. Oh no, we did fail and I didn't spot it. All right, what is the problem? I got it. My image generation works. Nice. Did you build something yourself, or are you using? I'm not. I don't know much about image generation. All I know is it does something. Something happens, and you get an image. I almost said, did you connect it to an LLM or something like that? I honestly don't know how those are all wired up. I think they're cool. I think they're going to be a problem in the future, politically wise. So yeah, but that's just me thinking. It's an opinion. Take it with a grain of salt. So yeah. All right. I'm missing something. I'm still getting a 400. What I'm going to do is we're going to have a look at the Swagger documentation. Might as well. We are going to go down into requirements, not requirement items. Ooh. Have I mucked up something? Oh. They're under the wrong thing. Technically an image generation LLM that is ready combined with a second LLM to generate a prompt for RAG for the data. Ah. The prompt maker is fine-tuned, the painter not yet. Okay, neat. So yeah, I remember, this would be like 2017, 2018 and stuff like that. I knew someone who was doing their PhD on AI and so forth like that. Like, this is nearly a decade ago. And they were showing me some cool stuff. They're like, have a look at this. And it's like, these are images generated using AI. And you have a look at it, and it's like, at first glance, you're like, they're a puppy. And then you look at it for 2 seconds longer, and you're like, wait a minute. Something's not right. And I remember it being like, it was at that point where it could trick you instantly, but given some thought, the mistakes were very obvious. So yeah, I thought that was pretty cool. A lot of that, it has come far. Let's just say that. Alright, so I want to fix that up very, very quickly because that's part of the documentation. I want to go into the views, API, requirements, and it's just up here. That was my mistake. Making it optional for the game master, but I think it works fine so far. Fair enough. Just need more testing. Yeah. Oh, don't you test it on the keyboard. Alright. There you go. There's one test prompt. Socks, a tuxedo, cat, sitting on a keyboard. She constantly does it. to my keyboard. Alright. Yes, this. Sorry, I am getting distracted. My brain goes all over the shop at the moment. So we've got the requirement in here with the post. What we need is requirement title, requirement scope, scroll down to the requirements. I might pass it. Requirement, there we go. So this is part of, so requirement title, requirement scope, requirement status, requirement type. I'm missing something. So that's requirement title, requirement scope, requirement type, we're going to do as a 1. Organization is needed and group list is needed. So I'm just going to like that. Are we doing only 1 post? Oh yeah, we only need to do 1 post. Yeah, that's perfectly fine. And then we do that, and then that should be all fine and dandy. Assert equals 400 does not equal that. So this is a put. So that's updating, and that's a post. I should have fixed all 3. Okay. No, we have an F. 1 failure. No problem. We'll do this very, very quickly. So we've got the title, we've got the scope, we've got the type. We don't have, yeah, we're missing 1 field. So, that's the links. We need the status. Type priority. Actually, no, priority is not needed. So we need type for organization and group. Organization and group aren't done in puts. Type, we still need status. Okay. My Pi runs at 1.2 volts. How does that make you feel? You haven't plugged my my Pi in for a while. So yeah. I'm trying to think how much I can actually calculate this. So I have a NAS. It, because I've got this information, it runs at, oops, I am meant to do Wednesday the 24th, at, so that's 6 kilo. So it runs at 30 watts. It is doing nothing though when it's running at that. All right, cool. Ran all the tests. We're happy with that. Oh, and we've just hit an ad break. All right. So what do you do on your Pi if you? I don't know if you got ads. But if you don't have ads, plus 27. What do you do with your Pi? So yeah, I used to have a web server that was run off a very, very old Raspberry Pi. We're talking, this is 10 years ago. I had Pi-hole running on it, I had web server stuff running on it, a database running on it, and I was learning system administration on it and stuff like that. And the best thing was I could pull out the memory card, take a complete copy of the whole memory card, plug it back in, and that way if something went wrong, I could just restore really, really quickly. So yeah, that was pretty cool back then, doing that back then. Yeah, it was fun times. So yeah, I do miss some of the system administration stuff. Because yeah, nowadays for work we use, and for NearBeach we use the Azure Web Apps, but we do have a VM for some software. So yeah. Alright. You wrote your own home security setup. Oh, nice. That actually sounds pretty cool. So, yeah. Is it something that you're opening source? Is it something that you've open sourced? But lately, after I plugged in an external USB stick for storage, instead of burning the internal SD card 24/7, but it's losing connection, crashing randomly, and I think it is because it runs at the 1.2 volts. Oh, I've forgotten how voltage recommendations. I forgot. Oh, all right. Let's actually check off their site because I actually don't know this information. So I've got a fixed 5 volt input, something like 700 milliamps. You can totally forget powering the Pi from 7.4 volts, don't even try. The input volt must be between that and that. Oh, well, yeah, you've got it really, really low. So, yeah. I am just going off information that's well over 10 years old. This is 13 years old, so yeah, take that with a grain of salt. I don't know what the recommended voltage for Raspberry Pi is. I rewrote it a few times from C, Java, Go, and now Python. Ooh, nice. I'll bring this down here. I will bump. Oh, wrong screen. It's real simple. Just get the output from the dev video, mirror it, and one stream goes for live streaming and one for recording. Also, the Pi is old. It's from 2000. So it's, yeah, quite old too. Same with mine. I think I bought it in 2015 or maybe 2016. So yeah, but I have one which I bought for, back in like 2012, 2013. Oh, neat. Oops, socks. Your tail. Interfering with the mouse. Oh, cool. Now this sounds cool. There we go, I'll give you a little star. So yeah. Feel free to share that in the Discord. Right. Oh yes, we just run that. We're happy with that. We're going back to the coverage report. We're going to have a quick look. So we did the sprints. We're fine with at the moment. We've done the project. We haven't done the request for change stuff. Can you explain how to start with Raspberry Pi? Depends what you want to do with the Raspberry Pi. So, now I'm making an assumption here, and that's why I'm going to clear up the assumption first. I'm assuming you're talking about the Raspberry Pi 5 or something like that, where it's a credit card size little board, which you can actually use as a little tiny computer if you wanted to. So what you would do is you would get an ISO that will run on it. So there is the Raspberry Pi ISO. You would download it and then you would use an imager to put it onto a flash disk or something like that that you can stick into the Raspberry Pi. Yeah, the new ones are more expensive, but yeah, they do have a lot more processing power. I was thinking during COVID, I was thinking of actually getting a couple and setting up a NAS type of situation for automating my testing and so forth like that. However, since then, I've actually got a proper NAS. So, yeah. Alright, getting back to setting it up. It depends what you wanted to do with it. So if you wanted to set up a web server or something like that, you could have a look at what ISOs would run on it. So you might want to use like Ubuntu server, or if you still wanted that GUI, you might install a GUI or something like that. And then, yeah, you just connect it up with a keyboard mouse and you can start using it. So, yeah. All right, getting back into this. So I'm going to push what we've done because it's going to update this. We haven't done anything with the Object Sprint API view, which I thought we did. Yeah, we did, but knowing me, no, there we go, we did something. Did you work on any Raspberry Pi projects? You can say about any projects you worked on. So I didn't work on any Raspberry Pi projects. I used Pi-hole on my Raspberry Pi. And otherwise I installed, I think back then it was Debian. Just a simple Debian environment. Had Apache for the web service stuff. At least I think it was Apache. I might have moved to Nginx or something like that due to RAM limitations. Yeah, so basic sort of system administration stuff. Think of it as like almost like a virtual machine, but middle as a service, Raspberry Pi. So. All right, we are running this, but that's not hitting this particular one, the Object Sprint API view. So this is getting the sprint information. It does mean that I've got to go through. All right, cool. We can come back to that particular one. Oops, wrong page. I wanted to go back here. All right, so organization's done. Request for change, we need to actually implement very, very quickly. Requirements done. Yeah, I think we're not hitting any requests for changes here. All right, let's hit this. So, going back to here, what we're going to do is first we've got to actually set up the form itself. So I'm just going to go up to the top. I'm just searching for basic sort of things. Request for change. We do actually have tests for requests for change. API get. We actually do that, and we do run it. Why aren't we? All right. Request for change. Test API, sprint data. We should be hitting this. Okay. Request for change, API view. We should be creating. Change task one. So we're listing. Yeah, we're listing. Oh, this is change task. Sorry. Yeah, this isn't request for change. So what I want to do, test API request for change. I'm going to request for change task. That makes a lot more sense now to me. By the way, recording the image gen, could send an example if interested. Looks pretty decent so far. Yeah, do it on the Discord. I have a liver computer, La Potato. I love the name. A 2 gig rock chick with 128 gigabytes SD card. Nice. Bought it during COVID for $35. It's basically a Raspberry Pi 3. Yep. And they're great to sort of play around on and stuff like that, especially with system administration stuff. Now, I have my tower, which I can now, my NAS, which is just called Tower. Just bringing down the VMs. I'm just making sure I'm not showing anything silly All right, I'm about 50% sure I won't show anything silly. Just checking for any IDs or IPs or anything like that. Nothing is there. All right, sweet. So yeah, as you see now, I've got VMs and stuff like that on my NAS, which is pretty cool. So yeah, and these get used. I think I've used both of them on stream, especially the Docker build test. So yeah, and they don't need to be powerful. But if I wanted to, let's say, do some system administration, let's say I'm going to be using some new software or something like that, I could spin up a VM on the NAS, play around with it. If it works, it works. If I don't need it anymore, it can be deleted. And I've got 3 terabytes on there left with space-wise, so I'll be fine. Alright, so we're probably not, we're not doing request for change tests. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go up here, we're going to go def test API request for change data. It'll be part of the self, it'll be data list, we'll set up the list, I'll add that in, and then it'll be self.runTest data list, and that will be fine. We're going to use this here. I'm going to do the same sort of refresh because we just need the basic sort of CRUD for the testing the user permissions. So what we want to do straight away, not request, requirement, we want to get rid of. We're going to go and do request for change. I'm going to replace all of that. Now, the best thing is if we do requirement here, we're going to do RFC. Maybe not. I'm going to do that. I'm just going to have a look through all of this. It's only updating, okay, cool. It's only updating those particular names. So we can go request for change, not requirement, request for change. And then we can just go replace all and be all happy with that. Now we want to do requirement. And this is going to be the tricky one, because if we actually have a look at the Swagger documentation, let's minimize that. Let's go into request for change. It's all like this, but the fields are RFC underscore something. So we're gonna have to fix this up very, very quickly. What we wanna do is request for change, not requirement, request for change. And then I'm going to replace all, and then because I am lazy, we're going to copy that, I'm going to update that, and then we're going to do a follow through underscore, and we're going to go RFC underscore, and do something like that. Now, if we copy all of this, we can go back down here, we can go in here, we can paste all of this, and we can go through and modify and remove stuff we don't need. So scrolling up to the top, we're going to need to change all of that. So if we get everything, we should get everything. That should be perfectly fine. If we post something, what we need to do is we need to actually post quite a lot of information, because requests for changes actually have all of this information in here. So RFC title is fine, RFC summary, because, you know, we never had generic names in our database, which definitely has caused a lot of problems. We'll have a start date and end date. We'll have a group list, RFC version number. We'll go 0.31.0, easy done. We'll have RFC risk and impact analysis. Actually, I tell you what. we got something there. We'll just paste that in. Oops, give me a couple of seconds. We'll fix this up. There we go. I'm gonna remove the version number. No, because it looks like it's needed. All right, and all of these. All right, I'll get rid of that, get rid of that. I need the impact down there. That should be fine. We don't need the start date and end date. All right, cool. So I'm just cheating with the group list. Sorry, the copy and paste in that particular example. That should work a wonder. So that should 201. What I want to do is I want to copy. Let's actually close this. Let's see if I've been smart and done a put. I may have. I'm just gonna copy that. So we've got the put. Just gonna change that. I'm just gonna put that in. We'll be testing this. We're gonna do the same with this one. So we think that the put's gonna fail. So we'll just put that in our mind. So we've got request for change to delete. I think there's 2 requests for changes in the system. Let's actually have a look in here very, very quickly. Request for change. So we've got 2 results. Yep, that's perfectly fine. Request for change, 1, group and user. I think that will work perfectly fine. We're just adding groups and users, adding groups and users. Yeah, that will work. We've got to do... That to-do still stays in the links themselves. I don't think the link works. Oh no, the link works. All right, let's go into the front end, localhost, request, RFC, I think RFC information. Yeah, let's go into 1. This is in a draft. So we've got the groups and the users down here. So we do actually have some links in here. We don't actually link it up with any objects. That's done purposely. So there's no object links at all. There will be notes. There won't be notes. So we get rid of all the notes. All right, we get rid of all of that. And then we get rid of that. And yeah, that should be hopefully okay. So yeah, let's go back over here. Let's run this. Socks is antsy. She's pacing back and forth. There it goes, sweetie. Get some cuddles. I'm going to have to... Oh, we've got some fails. I'm going to have to look at removing those particular warnings. They are driving me nuts at the moment. All right, so in here, what we've got is risk impact analysis, yada, yada, yada. So we've got a 400. It didn't work when we were expecting a 200. What is this one? This is a put. So we are actually missing a few things. So if we go back to the Swagger, yeah, with the put, yeah, we've got the RSC ID. Oh, I think it wants all of this. We've got the UID. I'm just going to copy... no, we don't want to copy all of that. I'm probably missing a field. I wish this actually told you what the problems were. Oh, I could probably write that in. maybe. All right, give me a couple of seconds. I'm gonna write something in very quickly. Scrolling all the way up to the top. What we need: def setup, run test array. We're going through all of this, and then assert equals. I'm just going to put in here. I was not doing that. God, this, I've just got to start putting in complaints about this. So if response.status code does not equal data.status code, all right, we're cheating here. All right. What we want is we want breakpoint. That's all I want to do. Easy done. We'll remove this breakpoint in a second. All right, so we've hit a breakpoint, and what I want to do, response. Cool. We can see response.status code is 400. That's easy done. Response.errors. Response has no. All right, cool. Vars. Let's go response. So we've got a bunch of variables in here. I've just got to find what I want to do. Implementation release date. This field is required. All right, cool. So we need the implementation release date. And what I'm going to do is response dot underscore container. So that's only one response. I thought there would be more, but that's not a problem. Let's copy this very, very quickly. We'll go exit. Cool. And it just keeps running on until our next sort of breakpoint and so forth like that. But it gives us this thing. So request for change data. There we go. Request for change data. So we're happy with that one. It's this one where I think we just need the dates and stuff like that. So implementation date. What I'm going to do, go to back down here. Implementation date. There'll be a string. Implementation release date. Yep. So we're going to copy that. And that's just like that. All right, cool. Easy done. I am going to test again. We got another put problem. Not a problem. So I'm just going to exit. I'm going to continue on. Yeah, we've got two puts in here. I just need to do the put again in here. So there we go. And then what I want to do, cancel this. Cancel this twice. All right, cancel. Okay, cool. Keyboard interruption. We're going to hit run. Okay. I don't see any Fs at the moment, but that being said, it could be hiding in all those particular warnings. We are going to have to look this up. So we want Django unit testing, and then I'm just going to paste all of that. We're going to have a look at the forum. I need a new mouse. That mouse middle button sucks. Greetings. I can display list of pages. Looks like, yep. All right, cool. Blah, blah, blah. Take a wild guess here. What do you think the error message is telling you? Or what result do you want? The magnifying. I don't find that particular error on this page. Oh. Related topics. All right, cool. When I tried adding pagination into my app, the above error message shows up. No pagination is working. Yada yada yada. A database by default provides an unordered and theoretical indeterminate sequence of results. You can issue to the same query and get different order, and they both be valid. Yeah. All right, cool. That's yes. All right, cool. When you're trying to do server-side pagination, that means you might get some of the same rows on page 2 as your page 1. All right, cool. And that can also happen if your data's being updated constantly. So let's say page 1 has the most up-to-date data, and then you go to page 2. In that time, there could be more data, which then, of course, some of the data from page 1 is now on page 2. And that's correct because there's now more data, and you know. Those are inconsistent results being referred to in the warning message. The resolution to this is to ensure some ordering is applied to your query set. We are either adding by order by clause on the query set or an order in meta for the module. All right. I think adding in the order by in the meta would be good at the moment. Yeah, I'm just having a think. I do apply an order by at some point. But anyway, these tests ran perfectly fine and we're happy with that. So yeah, be careful, socks. Keyboard, no, don't touch. All right. I'm going to go over here. So we've just done the request for change API. Requirement items were done. Requirements are done. The sprints, yeah, those are all sort of the sprint list. Yeah, all right. I'm going to push my tests for the moment. Applying more unit tests for the API. It's done. Oops, sorry about that. Just I flung my arms around and hit the thing. All right, it is actually getting a little nippy now. I am gonna put this on. Socks is looking at me weirdly. Yes, Socks. I put on my jumper. Okay, so that's doing that. That will do an update. But what I want to do is I'm going to close all of these for the moment. We're going to reference this. Now, with sort order, the resolution to this ensure sort order is, yep, all right, cool. I'm going to test this out. Now, at the moment, we have one, oh, that's the time zone. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now, technically, you'll also need to order by the oldest first. Otherwise, you could have stuff being prepended between requests. Yes. Yes, you can. All right. So, what we could potentially do is on the model, we can set the order by in a particular way. Now, I think this is because it's heading the API. If we go to the API, let's go localhost API version 0. Let's do task, all right? And here it's ordered by oldest to newest, but that just gets it from the database. We aren't actually applying any orders there. So I could be adding on the ordering there, or I do it on the model. Now I know with search data, we actually order it by the title of the object in alphabetical order automatically. And hopefully in version 1, we'll implement more ordering ability. So for example, creation date and descending and ascending stuff. So I'm going to order by the ID on the model. See if that should, as a default, that should be fine as a default. That way you got the oldest last and then the newest. Sorry, the oldest first, the newest last. That should be fine. And then when you do the pagination stuff, yeah, you won't have that issue where you go to the next page and stuff carries through because stuff has been added in on first and all that kind of stuff. So, under model, we are going to go all the way up to the top. We are going to go task first. We're going to go all the way down to meta. Do we not have meta on... Or would this be done at the serializers? On the query set, or an ordering in the meta for that model. Hang on. Also, I should be there, not up there. So going down, we've got the def, and then we go class, and we go meta. There we go. And verbose name, plural, tasks, yep. Ordering by date created. And the Bob I know, thank you very much. So yeah, how are you going, Bob? Or are you off? Have you been lurking and you're just disappearing now? Which is fine. We can do the date created, or something like that. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah. Hi, how are you going? Hopefully you're going well. How's your weekend going? It's a long weekend for me, hence I'm been streaming nearly 5 hours. So, yeah, we've still got a bit over an hour to go. I did want to get the shakeout test started and stuff like that, but I'm fixing a few other things first. And I'm like, all right, cool. I'll be glad that these things are fixed. So, yeah. Oh, I keep doing that with a bloody pen. All right. So, with that, then we want to do that with project. Go all the way down to the bottom and then add class, meta. We're going to add in the plurals in here. We're just going to go project ID. And then from here, we've got task, we've got project, requirement. There we go. Ordering, yeah, once again, we'll go requirement ID. And then we want requirement item. Oh, it's right there below me. Ooh, reminds me, I forgot if I'm... Sorry, just... Alright. So class meta, we want verbose name, plural, yeah, that's perfect. Alright. And love the chill streams, yeah. I'm currently using Chill Hop, and I forgot to... Yeah, there we go. I don't know if there's a bot I could potentially use that will pick up that. I'll give you the exact song at the moment. I've just got to ask them. I've just got to jump on their Discord and be like, yo, is that actually possible to do? Because that would be pretty cool. All right, so we've got requirement items, so requirement, we've done Python tasks, Kanban, board, class, meta, we've got the verbose plural, we've also got the ordering, that will be once again the Kanban board ID. We'll do this with the Kanban cards, so they're just below us, easy done. Class equals meta, verbose plural, ordering Kanban. Now that's going to be card ID, not the board ID. Thank you very much. Columns I'm not too worried about just yet, because we actually do apply a sort order. Actually, no, I'm going to put them in as default anyway, just in case. So what we need to do, class meta, verbose, and then ordering. It's not that one first. It's going to be the so we go from smallest to largest. So it'll be the Kanban column column sort number, like so. We can have it like that, and we're going to do the same with the level. Not meta. Verbose, yep. Ordering, Kanban level, sort number, and then negative by the, yep. All right, cool. Actually, it doesn't need to be negative in... Yeah, for these particular cases, we're not going to worry about it being negative. There's the bug clients, that's getting out of there. All right, so we've done the Kanban cards, we've done the requirements, requirement items, organizations and customers. So we're just going down, and then we go class, meta, verbose name, organizations. Kind of default want to, yeah. And once again, someone could come through and be like, no, don't do that, that's bad practice. And I'll be like, all right, cool, change. So, yeah. All right, class, it's class meta, and then verbose plural name, and then the ordering, this will be probably customer name then. Because, yeah, you do kind of want alphabetical order in that. Involve multi-threading? No. No, it's pretty... Well, I'm doing nothing with multi-threading. I don't know if Django itself, which is built upon, does multi-threading. Yeah, there's no... I'm doing nothing with multi-threading. All right, I want to just go back to localhost, and the reason being is I'm not running it. Oh, why aren't I running it? Ordering refers to non-existent, look up for customer name. Oh, all right, cool. Customer first name, all right, yep. Go. I mean, we could go back to ID with that one, not a problem. I'm just hitting refresh. So we've done organization, customers, Kanban board, Kanban cards, projects, requirements, requirement items, request for change. That's the last one. So request for change. We'll do that very, very quickly. We're going to move all the way down. And yep, we're going to go class meta. This will be the verbose name plural, easy done. Ordering, it'll be the RSC ID. Cool. And I'm pretty sure there is a all right, cool. Let's just change in the meta options. We'll run the test. Hopefully everything will run perfectly fine. We've got unordered object list warning, pagination, results me. All right. Oh, we've got to do the sprint. So I've got to delete that one little tiny thing. I got to delete the migration file we just created, because if we're having two migration files with this commit, it's, yeah, no, we can squeeze that into one. So just running through everything. And then what we'll do is we'll search for the date time warnings, because I also want to get rid of them. They suck. They're annoying. And I'm just like, get rid of you. All right, cool. Going back into here, we're going to go NearBeach. We're looking for the migrations. We're just going to go, all right, cool. That little file we're just done. I'm just going to remove it. So delete. All right, cool. In the model files, we're looking for sprint. There it is. We just go back down here. And what we want to do is we want to go class meta, verbose name, sprints, ordering, sprint ID. That is perfect. We want to go back over here. Python 3, manage, migrate. Oh, sorry, make migrations. And then Python 3, manage, migrate. And then Python 3, manage, test. And if it passes all our tests, that'll be great. You're curious, why would it be bad practice? Haven't you done much Python, to be honest? Honestly, I don't know. I'm guessing applying a default sort order for the customer first name would be perfectly fine. However, if someone does come in and say, hey, no, that's not the best thing to do, I'm happy to change it. And have I done much with Python? I've been using it for well over a decade now. And there's a lot of things about Python that I just don't know, because I haven't needed to use that yet. I'm not good with lambdas yet. I need to do a lot more pandas and stuff like that. I reckon that will be useful for my 9 to 5 also. So yeah. Hey Steffi, how are you going? Dropping in like that. Yeah. Going great. Going great. So both the physio and the surgeon are very, very happy. I'm doing my exercises. I'm back at the gym. I've been given the green light to go back on the bike, but nothing like doing massive jumps or anything like that. Just basic sort of cycling. The range is extremely good. The only minor issue, and we're talking this very minor issue, is a bit of tightness in one of the muscles down here, which gets alleviated just through exercise. So if I do my exercises in the morning, I don't feel that issue at all throughout the whole entire day. So yeah, it's going great. Back driving also, so I drive a manual, so I've got to change the gears, and my arm, back when I first started, it was very, very slow, and I was like, all right, I can deal with this, because there was no pain, it was just slow. Nowadays, it's almost back to normal speed, a little bit slower, but yeah, it's awesome. That's it. In one word, it's awesome. Have you been doing some more Python since June? I'm very junior there. I've been doing Python. So I started learning it to automate my job back. I started learning it back in I think 2014, 2015 to look at automating my job back when I was data scientist. So a lot of what I did was in Excel spreadsheets with SQL, and I was like, well, if I can actually put this into Python and it calculates all the data and does all my work for me, that would be great. I then moved into IT, and I essentially then used it just to tick a couple of tick boxes on a website and stuff like that, or made my job that way. And yeah, I jumped into Django and stuff like that. So yeah, there's still a lot to learn, but you can get a lot done without knowing everything. So yeah. All right, so that is running perfectly fine. We're now going to have a look at these errors. We've had them in the past. Actually, they're not errors, they're warnings. We've had them in the past. We're going to remove them. So I'm happy with this whatever this guy said. It solved our problem. So I'm moving on. So Django unit test, and then I'm going to paste that one in. Received a naive date time. It's not in Django settings, but in the date passed to the model. Here's how you time zone aware objects look like. Time zone now, date time to time zone to do. All right. All right, yep. So if you're passing email date anywhere and eventually gets into a model, just use Django's now. If you're not, then it's probably an issue with the existing packages it fetches. There you can, all right, ignore the warnings or set use time zone to false. Right. Okay. I'm also having a quick think. We should be using time zone as UTC throughout the whole thing. I don't know what tables this is affecting though. It receives something like that while times, all right. Let's have a look through my tests. Ooh, can't spot anything. Init running. This is warning lib. Yeah, I can't see where that is in my tests. All right, let's get rid of that. Let's, there I go. So we've got, this. We've got T and we've got that like that. I don't know if this is it. So, yeah, sucks. I'm going to search for these ones. Can't find them. All right. Let's search for 2025. Let's do it in a directory for the tests. Let's get rid of all of that. So, go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, we've got 2025, 1010. We don't have 1010. Yeah, no socks. All right. I just want to find the tests that actually trigger these. Date time field notification, end date, received a naive date time of that while time zone is supported. All right, we've got NearBeach tests. Got 2025. We don't have. We've got a couple of 09s. So we have these in here. So what I could potentially do as a test is just comment them out and be like, all right, cool. If this works, we will get rid of 2 of the warnings. And then what we've got to do is figure out, all right, what are we going to do to fix that up? But it looks like, no, the 2 warnings didn't disappear. We've still got all of them. All right, I'm going to go back over here. I'm just going to undo that. Black screen. I shouldn't be having a black screen at the moment. Should be seeing my screen. I'm just checking, it is uploading. I've got a video feedback, which does show everything. Screen, yeah, all right. Could read just the glitch. So, yeah. All right, that didn't work. It's probably sending us date time now in the test, and that's, all right, cool. If I search for now under these tests, no, all right. Yeah. Glitches happen. Oh, could be part of this. But that's all 24, 23. That's part of the run scheduler. And we would see it a lot more because it's doing all of those tests, but test run any day of the week. All right, cool. Test run weekly. Sweet. Test run fortnightly. All right, cool. I don't know if we're creating anything. We are mocking the date time. I don't think that's it. Oh, sorry about that. All right, cool. That's the other thing, actually. I could delete, I could push everything, make sure I get all done, and then I could delete the things, because it's all that's going to happen is these warnings will just disappear, and then I'm like, all right, cool. That's where the problem is. Let's go in and stuff like that now. Get status. I do want to, all right, let's git add git commit. Applying default verbose plurals and ordering. Default ordering. 2 models. And I'm going to push that, and let's actually do delete stuff. All right. So we want to go under NearBeach. We want to hit the test, and what I'm going to do is I'm just going to test the API first. I'm just going to delete everything, and I'm just going to go Python 3 manage test Oh, I do have functional tests. But no, that ain't running any tests. We do have the template of unit. That's an Excel. I've got to go through that and edit that and change that. All right. It does look like it's in there. I honestly think, yeah. So if I do git reset hard, we're putting everything back, and I'm just gonna delete that. And we're just gonna rerun again. Hopefully we won't have any of those warnings pop up. All right. I think I know where it's done. No, we're still getting the errors. But we're only getting 2. We're only getting 2 though. Oh, decorators is nothing. Event hooks. GDPR. It's going to delete all 3. Nah, we're still getting them. All right. I should delete all tests. No test, done. Hey. All right, let's do git status. Git checkout, NearBeach, tests, views. All right. Oh, Poppy. I am going to start with the test views first, so we're just going to delete everything. We're going to go Python 3 manage test. Easy. Oh, I just dropped the pen again. All right. Yeah, so we've got some under the views. So under the views, we've got all of this, which is a lot, and then you split it open. Some of that, all right, and some of that we haven't implemented yet. So these are for the special cases. We've got the test tar, all right, cool. So what I probably can do is I can right-hand click and look at date. And in here, we can have a look at all the fields where we've set date. So we've got the form data, this is incorrect, will fail in the future, we'll do, all right, cool. Fine, we know that's gonna fail. We know that will fail. This has a time zone, this has a time zone. This is